ginger flavor that comes.
Of us in praise to the great and mighty God. Hallelujah. You are beautiful, yes you are perfect in all your ways. Our voice we singing praise to you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Hello. Good morning to us all. Good morning to us all. All right, I want to say thank you and welcome you all to this great media training. And I will be calling on Programs Manager, Flow FM, Mr. Elder Pro for the opening prayer. Thank you.
Please, may we rise to pray. In Jesus' name, our Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for today. We give you all the praise for the privilege that you have given unto us to come and learn the ways of which we need to do things better. We thank you for our guests. We thank you for our invited people that are here also. We thank you for the media practitioners that are here. We pray at the end of this program, we all will have all it takes to say, be thou glorified. We thank you, Lord, for retentive memory. We pray for speed. We pray for wisdom. And at the end, we say, thank you, Lord, for being with us. Be thou glorified. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen. You may have your seat. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. At this point, we have to welcome the President, Vision Africa, Bishop Dr. Sunday Ndupo Onoha. Jam your hands together for him, please. Thank you.
The Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, all our friends, especially our radio station managers from another media houses, from various media houses in this part of the country, our students from various universities in this part of the world, our speakers and facilitators to this great event of our 10th edition of the Media Institute. We have a purpose, we have a plan, and we have our goal. And for those of you who have joined us from various parts of the world, we welcome you to this special event happening right here at Umuahia, Abia State, God's own state. The goal and our purpose is to strengthen our communication skill. The theme for this year's Media Institute is the relevant message in a changing world. We have our world that is fast changing. Things we used to know are no more the things we know today. And as speakers and managers of various media houses, if we have to be relevant and useful to our modern world, if we have to speak the relevant message, especially to the younger generation, we must fine-tune, we must re-examine, we must re-evaluate our channels and strategy for communicating our messages in the modern world. Added to that, we live in a society sometimes that is very volatile. What should we say and when should we say it? To ensure that what we say do not add insult to injury. Many are hurt. Many feel neglected, while others do not feel carried along. What should we say to make them feel belong? What should we not say in order to save our societies from being boiled? What shall we say to build our common humanity? We are first and foremost human beings before we become Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Fulani, Ishekiri. We are first and foremost human beings. And as a matter of fact, our humanity is superior to whatever faith tradition we want to confess. Therefore, when we realize that every human being, his blood in his vein, has no culture, has no religion, has no place of origin, then we should know that we must respect every human being. So our goal in setting up this institute for this year is to see how we can make our communication modern, relevant in our world that is fast changing. I therefore welcome all of you, and especially welcome the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, and for all our guests and those who are on their way coming, praying that the next 2 days we will have a robust time. Earlier today, the Director of NBC has spent wonderful moments with the radio station and the TV station and media leaders in this part of the country, discussing how our media houses could become relevant and be useful. And we're looking forward to greater opportunity that we all need to share. And for all the directors that we're going to acknowledge in a special way that have come all the way from Abuja with the Director General, I welcome all of you and humbly thank all of you for spending your time with us and for coming to share your time with us. May I humbly invite the Director General, our brother, Madam Balarabe Shehu, to please come to the rostrum. If I am, maybe I will invite Susan, if you don't mind. There are a few things you need to say about our Director General, while you bring your boss to the table to speak to us and to speak to millions and millions of people who are listening to us from all over the world. He is the man that is making sure that the broadcasting industry in this country is done correctly and appropriately. Susan Obi.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the man who is at the helm of affairs of regulation in Nigeria, Malam Balarabe Shehu Ilela. He's a broadcaster of many years reputation, not only in the country but also outside of the country. Since coming to the NBC as the DG in 2021, he has achieved great strides in regulating the industry and ensuring that things are done professionally. Today we are glad to have him in Abia State, and we are glad to have him talk with us in this training. DG sir, you're most welcome.
Let me bring the microphone to my size. Well, it's unfortunate that I can't speak Igbo. I would have loved to address you in Igbo language, being a Nigerian. It's a Nigerian language. So I should address my people in our own language, native language. But unfortunately, Susan denied me the chance to learn the language. But next time when I come, my address will be in my own language, that is Igbo language, a Nigerian language. Well, before I start my formal speech, I had a brief interaction with some of the media executives here in Abia State, where I told them or remind them about their responsibility as owners or chief executives of various stations. I told them that their license was given to them in trust on behalf of Nigerians. And any decision taken, any coverage, any news item, any program must be done in such a way that it promotes unity of Nigeria. Must not allow your platforms to be used to truncate the good intention of this new government. We have a new government in Nigeria, and the government has very, very laudable projects, very important projects that are capable of changing the lives of our country to better. It's our responsibility to put our heads together to assist the government. We must not truncate this opportunity. We must not allow our platform to be used against our own dear country. We have two enemies in the industry, and these enemies are fake news and what is the other one? Hate speech. We must avoid these two enemies, hate speech and fake news. Please give this government a chance, and let's see. And we have confidence that the government is very much ready to do the best from day one. And MBC, as a regulator, is not going to fold its arms to watch some of us or some of you using the platform against our country. We have many regulations. We have our code to follow, and you are expected to operate within the ambit of our laws, within the code. And we are ready to engage you. We are not just out to sanction you, but to make sure that you operate within the laws of the Commission and within the laws of our country. Nigeria must survive, and the government must be given all the necessary assistance to put what is good for us on table. And I'm sure the government is doing just that, has just started. Permit me to stand on the already established protocol, Chairman. I thank you very much for inviting us here with my directors. And it may surprise you to know that this is my first time in Abia State. And I feel I'm really at home. The smiles are everywhere. The good people of Abia State are around me to welcome us with my team. And I feel very safe. I feel at home, really. Thank you very much for the warm reception. It is a great pleasure to stand before you this morning. One cardinal thing that is constant in life, as we all know, is change. From the inception of time to the present, communication. Communication has always played a pivotal role in our human existence. It keeps evolving. This has created the quest for man to always seek for better ways to improve information dissemination from one point to another. Furthermore, we all know that no society can function and also develop without access to information. But that information must be proper information, not disinformation. Information is critical when it is exclusive or a scoop. Journalists understand this better. This is a commodity that seems to be close to everyone, Yet each day the hunger increases. We always look for information, information, information. This x-rays the value of information messages to man, especially when it concerns his growth, development, or that of the society where he lives. Today, we have all gathered from all walks of life to share our ideas on the theme, the relevant message in a changing world. The cardinal question today is, what is the relevant message? What is the impact of this message in a changing world? Ladies and gentlemen, from the Commission's position or point of view, the answer is objectivity, balance, fairness, and content creation and delivery. This is all what is information about. This is what the relevant message should be centered around in the changing world. A world where information dissemination cuts across the length and breadth of a society, race, nations, and various continents of the world in a split of seconds. Once you have an information, in a split of second, this information goes almost everywhere. That is why we have to be very, very cautious, very, very careful with the type of information that we release. We must be very, very careful with what it says on our airwaves. Regrettably, everyone that has an iPhone, Android phone, or any of such mobile device that connects to the internet has suddenly become a journalist. Once you have a phone and you can take pictures, you write your own stories without verification, there is a code of practice in this profession. Nobody can just wake up and say, I am a doctor, without going through the relevant training as a doctor. And our own profession, journalism, is also the same thing. You can't just wake up and become a journalist without going through the rigors of training of being a journalist. But we wake up these days, once you have a phone, you take pictures, you send the news or the information. And this is what we call fake news. Because you cannot verify the news, you cannot authenticate it, and you cannot depend it. So anything that is sent is considered to be fake news, and that must be avoided. This is evident around the globe today. This is one of the resultant effects of moving from one conventional form of information and communication dissemination to the global village of today. It is important to state that as much as we have freedom of speech and the platforms for the dissemination of information, the consequences of misuse of these fundamental rights cannot be overemphasized. In this regard, as a regulator, we believe that in the changing world, fake news, misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech must not be allowed to see the light of the day. Fake news is false or misleading information. When we say fake news, we mean false information or misleading information presented as a news. Once you have an information that is fake, that is not verifiable, and you send it to somebody as a news, that is not news, but it's called fake news, because you are not responsible and you cannot depend it. So we must avoid fake news. And as broadcast regulator, we know the harm fake news and hate speech has caused many nations, and we must not allow it to cause havoc in Nigeria. The Commission has always charged broadcasters to take responsibility of the content being aired via other medium and be cautious of the negative effect of such material to the generality of the people. As broadcasters, you are not expected to take news from social media because you can't depend it. And some of the broadcast stations, they are very much eager to be the first to break the news. They go just into the social media and get any news and then put it. That is very, very unprofessional, and that must be stopped, because You must be responsible for your own needs. You can't tell NBC that you got it from social media. Broadcast station is essential to ensure that broadcasting plays a pivotal role in the cultural, scientific, technological, economic, and political lives of people of Nigeria. On its part, the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has over the years done a lot of ensuring that there is enthronement of social responsibility in broadcasting. Permit me to state a section of the Nigerian Broadcasting Code to reinforce the need for conscious alertness. Section 311 states that no broadcast shall encourage or incite to crime. No broadcast should encourage or incite to crime, lead to public disorder, or hate, be repugnant to public feelings, or contain offensive references to any person or organization, alive or dead, or generally be disrespectful to human dignity. So you must be very conscious, very careful with what you broadcast. You must avoid all this thing that makes others feel maligned or feel derogated or feel insulted. Finally, the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, understand the peculiarity associated with the changing world, especially in the areas of information dissemination. And as an organization that is poised to provide Nigerians with quality broadcasting, we will not relent in sanitizing the industry because it's our primary responsibility. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I implore all participants to be attentive, as this is another platform for building a veritable broadcast industry. We in the Commission cannot do this alone. We need your support. We need all your hands to make it a success. We therefore appeal to your support in ensuring that the current change in the changing world does not plunge us into anarchy. Rather, promote peace, growth, and national development. Thank you very much for giving me your attention.
Thank you, our great and able DG, and thank you for all you're doing for the Commission and for our country. And also thank you very much for coming to Abia, and make sure you take all the delicacies in Abia, all the Oba and Okoroko, and all the, all the delicacies in Abia. Make sure you take all of them every hour. Let's make sure the one you take, so that next hour you take another one. There are so many that Abia can provide. So we're glad that you are in Abia, where we say that we are God's own state. We're glad you are in God's own state. Thank you very much. I'm glad to bring to the podium a bosom friend of mine, a great brother who has been passionate about this part of the world, and indeed a great broadcaster who has taught media and communication, a professor in the University of First Class. He's been to this very ground 12 times in the past many years. Professor Chuck Pollock has indeed mentored many world-renowned professors and media specialists. So we're glad you're here, and we ask you to come and do your intro and greetings. And you can take 10 hours, 1 hour, 1 minute as. Thank you. You can lean. You can lean a bit stronger.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. Good morning. It's afternoon. Good afternoon. You can do better than that. I heard you talking. So good afternoon. Oh, you are broadcasters. Let me hear it again. Good afternoon. Oh, yes. Again, my name is Chuck Pollock. I'm very, very glad to be here. And this time that we're spending is very important, and I thank Vision Africa for this initiative in getting this all together. Because we live in perilous times. We live in changing times. Do I hear an amen? And if we understand where we are, if we fully understand, or if we think we fully understand where we are and what issues and philosophies that are relevant today, then usually we're wrong. Because as the time changes, as time goes on, these change. And it becomes very important to us as communicators, as radio, television, film, internet. We must be aware of the changes in our audience. Audiences are being formed. Audiences are being diminished as we speak. And for us to be relevant, for us to be totally relevant, we need to keep up with the audience, the people, who they are, what they think, what they need, and to be able to fashion our message in a way that best communicates that message. What's brought to mind is a whole word, communication. It's C-O-M-M, the first 4 letters of that word, communication. And the word communication is to have in common, C-O-M-M, in common. Our job as communicators is to so communicate to all of these different audiences from different places and different tastes and different ages, and to communicate them to them in such a way that the meaning of our communication is in common across the board. If we communicate with only one style of communication, we miss so many people. Do I hear an amen? And so it's very important that we do that. This is my 12th time here at Vision Africa, and I love this place. I love Vision Africa, and I have had the opportunity to meet other broadcasters, and I want to say thank you for coming. I hope and I pray that this will be a time of great relevance as we talk about relevancy. We have brought with us some experts in the field of social media, radio, television, and so we have quite a bit to talk about. And indeed, we're hoping that we will get from you your input as well. So let's be open. Let's have an open mind to things that we will hear. But let's keep in mind as well, finally, let's keep in mind that the most important person in broadcasting is not the broadcaster, is not the visionary. The most important person in broadcasting or on the air or on the internet is the final user, the audience member. That's how we are judged in media, aren't we? And that is how we communicate the message to a specific audience, and whether our meaning has been communicated well, and that our audience responds. Let's keep that in mind as we get together, and let's have a good time. And for those who are online, on Zoom, and on otherwise streaming, I want to say welcome. We are so very glad you are here. You also will have an opportunity to feed back, as we'll find out here in just a little bit. because you'll be able to ask questions and give perhaps your opinion on what's being said, and you can do that by WhatsApp, and those details will be forthcoming. So thank you very much. Are you ready to have fun? You don't sound like you like fun. Are you ready to have fun? Wonderful. Because if you're a broadcaster, that's a special thing. That's a calling. And so we're going to have fun today. We're going to be speaking and tomorrow. And we're going to be learning from each other. So thank you very much, and God bless you. Let me take this moment to introduce a young lady to you. Some of you who have been to or seen our other media institutes over the past couple of years, especially the last year, know that one of our hostesses, who did a fantastic job, is here with us today, and she's taking on an even more important role here. So she will guide us through the day. Jane Anoha.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I can't hear you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the people that are watching on Zoom, on Facebook, wherever you are. Thank you and welcome to the 10th edition of Vision Africa's Media Institute. As Dr. Chuck said, my name is Jane Onoha. I am the communications liaison for Vision Africa International, and I'm so excited to be here guiding you through this institute. I'm telling you all, it is jam-packed with people who are experts in their field from all around the world, and I can assure you that you will leave here knowing way more than you knew when you came. I want to just thank Dr. Chuck Pollock for his remarks. Thank you for reminding us that communications has a lot to do with community, and we all have a lot in common, so thank you very much. I also want to thank the DG of the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission. Thank you for your presence here today and reminding us that we need to contribute to our society and not take away. I have a few notes, just 3 things to say before we start the institute. The first thing is that we'll have periodic breaks throughout the program. So just sit tight. You'll have 10 minutes here and there to stretch your legs and maybe take a sip of water. So when those breaks come, just be mindful of the time, and we'll have a timer up on the screen so you can know when it's time to return to your seat. The second thing is that if you have any questions during the program, if any of these presenters come up and you have something you need them to explain or expand on, write those questions down if you're here in person. We'll have someone periodically collecting those questions from you. And if you're watching online, go ahead in the Zoom chat and type your questions in the chat. And hopefully by the end of our session today, during the Q&A section, someone will be able to answer your question. In regard to those questions as well, if it's directed towards someone, you can write their name, like, I have a question for Dr. Chuck, and then write the question. Lastly, I want to encourage you to invite your friends. If you're here in person today, invite your friends to come tomorrow. They'll be able to still get so much out of it tomorrow. And if you're watching online, shoot your friend the link. I'm sure it will feed their soul, their brand, their business, their company in any way. So, it's time to begin. And we'll start with a story. Our first presenter is talking from the topic of always be thinking story. What makes a story? Is it just facts? Is it anecdotes? Why should we be thinking about it? And how do you find a real story? Through this video, you will see these questions will be answered. This woman that is going to be presenting to you online is the assistant general manager for one of the largest Christian radio stations in Dallas, Texas, in the United States, 90.9 KCBI. She received her Bachelor of Science in Bible Communication from Grace University, and her Master's in Global Leadership from Wheaton College. She is well educated. She's been to Nigeria before. Sadly, she couldn't come this time, but she's provided us with a video that will explain and break down what is a story. Enjoy.
of those is Sonny Delfiat. He is the afternoon host here, and we're just going to talk a little bit about his experience, and he's going to share a little bit some things that might be helpful to you as you develop with your talent, and maybe some things that if you're already on air that will help enhance what you're already doing. So, Sonny, you've had an absolutely amazing career and now ministry. I wondered if you could begin just by telling us briefly, how did you get into radio initially, and how did God lead you into Christian radio?
Okay, it's 15 minutes, right? Because I
It's
can take the
15
whole
minutes.
15
Yes,
minutes.
yeah.
But actually, I give all honor and praise to God, because as a young boy, I had a Michael Jackson voice, a very high voice. I would yell down the street to a friend of mine, Anthony, and they're like, your mom's calling you. I'm not his mom. But then in 9th grade, God just blessed me with a voice, and it became deeper, and people would always say, you need to be on the radio. And I just happened, or as God would ordain, put an application in the local radio station back in Wheeling, West Virginia. The same day they fired half the staff. Not a coincidence. They needed a body. And I became a board op. Board op is someone when the program's pre-recorded or live, you don't speak, you just hit the buttons, make sure the commercials are on, and slowly but surely got on the air. Became just really blessed in doing this. Started in Wheeling, went down to Fort Pierce, Florida, West Palm Beach, and at that time it was the flame-throwing radio, so you had to yell. It's like 95 times, you're just yelling all the time. And my program director said, if I had your voice, I would not yell. You need to use your voice. I am using my voice, just screaming. But that pretty much carried me through secular radio until I got to Urban AC, which is more of an adult format. So no more yelling, and had to relearn how to be an on-air personality. Instead of the yelling and the screaming and all, I needed to learn to be me, which was hard. And to this day, being a radio DJ wants to come yelling out of it. But it's been an unbelievable trip. It's allowed me to go to Detroit, Baltimore, Kansas City, Los Angeles, that's where God said enough. While I was in LA, I was working for a nationally syndicated show with Monique, who's an actress, comedian. Y'all probably know her from the movie Precious or The Parkers. And I actually gave Monique her start in Baltimore before she was a big star. And this was her way of paying me back. So I was part of her show, but half the show didn't believe in God, and made it quite clear. Or they believed, but they believed to the extent of Mo's husband, who made fun of me all the time. It's like he'd pick up the Bible and say, this is the Bible. It's not the Bible, and just making fun. And I was miserable. I mean, I'm making the most money I've ever made in my life. And I just said, God, if you don't want me here, take it away. And I heard a voice say, are you sure? And they fired me the next day. So I'd been speaking to Family Life, which is a Christian radio ministry in New York and PA. And the president said, Sonny, we've offered you a job a couple of years ago, and I don't know how you're working with this woman, but if you ever want to come to Family Life, there's room for you. And as soon as they did that, I reached out and said, so what's available in Snowy Bath? And he said, what happened? Is God calling you, Sonny? I said, Rick, God is yelling at me. And that was back in 2008, and I'd served the Lord there for 13 years before he opened the door here in Dallas. So, yeah.
It's amazing.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that's inspiring, number one. But you said something I want to follow up on. You noted that there are different ways, styles of broadcast.
Yes.
And that's something that I think would be really valuable for those of you who are watching us to know that, you might have to adapt your style depending on where God lands you.
Mm-hmm. And what's a real blessing is for those of you just getting started, you haven't been tainted yet. And I mean that in all due respect. But when we get into radio, this is how you do it. And it's up here all the time. And conversational styles are the way that people are now able to actually be successful in the business. The yelling and the screaming and there are 100,000 jocks on the air, and probably the large majority in urban radio will say, it's your boy in the building. They all say the same things. There are 8 billion people in the world. There's only one you. So be you. Find who you are. Be who you are. And that's where I believe your success can be.
Wow. Write that one down. Be who you are.
Yes.
That's a great first tip. Tell us a little bit, too, about the importance of being listener-centric, knowing your listener.
Every format has a different target audience. Here at KCBI, our listeners are primarily women 35 plus. So if I'm talking sports, she's like, next, and turning the dial. If I'm talking things that I'm excited about, is she excited about it? You have to think about that listener. Now, if you're in a younger station, obviously you want to talk about those younger things, if at all possible, but you have to know your audience. And your program director, your general manager, they're going to say, here's who our audience is. Go get them. Go talk to them.
Now, I know you're going to hear Professor Chuck talk about that a lot, but Sonny's affirming exactly what you're going to hear later in this training, and that is that knowing your audience, knowing your listener is the key to really having a great radio show.
Yeah, but because then you become a friend. You're speaking about things that they now care about. It's like, well, what's my friend Sonny talking about today? And Lord willing, they're tuning in.
I love that. Talk a little bit more about that relationship. How key is that you really know your listener knows you. It's not just, you're not just speaking into the air, you're actually talking to a person.
And therein lies the problem when you do what you want to do, when it's not what has been set forth. Your program director, your general manager, your leadership know exactly who their target audience is, and they're going to tell you, this is who we're speaking to. If you're not speaking to them, then why? Well, you're speaking to no one. Now, granted, if you feel that you have a different take on how to be a personality, then good. But you may have to go somewhere else to do that. For the station that you're at, they're very clear on, this is who our audience is. I need you to go after this audience. Speak to them. Or more importantly, speak to her. That one person, speak to her. Like me speaking to Sharon right now. I'm speaking to my friend.
That's great. Any technical pointers for handling the mic?
Yeah, every mic's different. You want to make sure not to pop those P's and what have you. But it's interesting that as it's gone from being so glossy and beautiful and perfect as being an on-air personality, no mistakes, now mistakes are kind of welcome. So popping P's aren't so bad. You stumbling is not so bad, as long as you're being real, being authentic. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, if you could explore that just a little bit more about, don't be afraid to make a mistake.
Yeah, making mistakes is fine. Again, especially when you're relating to something that is happening in your life. Like right now, I'm relating to my career and just being real about it. You being real, being authentic is the best way for someone to say, hey, that's why you're different from everyone else. Again, there's 8 billion people in this world. There's only one you, so be you. Don't try to emulate someone else. Don't try to sound like someone else. Be you.
So when you're prepping for a show, what kind of resources do you draw from?
I always say, if your listeners are talking about it and you're not, you've already failed them. So whatever is big and where you are, it could be, Lord willing, we here at KCBI, we look on the good news. There's so much bad. So how can we get through that bad? Where's the light? So we always try to focus on the light. We've had some really bad things happen here in America, and we don't focus on the bad. We focus on how can we get through this bad together and get through it with God. So that's really important. Always looking for feel-good stories. I love feel-good stories. I try to have at least 4 or 5 every single show, people overcoming, because we all have struggles. But so many of these folks who have had the same struggles you have are no longer struggling because they didn't give up. They continued to that path that they felt that they were supposed to be on and had succeeded. So I believe that those are some stories that people just want to hear that are encouraging.
Yeah, I love that. Now, some of those of you who are watching Sonny right now are going to be going into Christian media. Some of you will be going into general market media, and Sonny's done both. So what's your encouragement to both groups of people as they approach their ministry and or career?
With Christian radio, who are you serving? Are you serving you or God? If you're serving God, then let it be all glory to God. If you're serving you, which some of the folks in L.A., I worked with, they were serving themselves. There is a couple of young ladies I worked with who believe they're Christian sisters in Christ until until they had a chance to prove it one way or the other, and they went the other. We'd have some disagreements about faith, and they would say, "I can't believe you believe that." I'm like, "You believe that? What are you talking about?" They prefer to go on the side of being safe and saving their job. That's their battle. I'm praying that they've finally been able to come back and just give honor to God. That's really tough. But when you're serving God, serve God with all of your heart. And granted, if you're even if you're in secular radio, you're doing a show that has nothing to do about faith, doesn't mean you have to go into the dirt like many of the secular stations do. You can still focus on being a Christian. You can be the positive light on the air. But just be true to yourself. Again, I'll say this again and again, as you said, the professor said, be you. You got to be you.
Love that. Anything you'd like to share with this group of amazing men and women who are either honing their broadcasting skills or getting started in media, something that you think might be really helpful for them?
Why do you want to do this? Why? Why do you want to be on the air? Do you want to be a star? There are, again, maybe 100,000 air personalities nationwide here in the States, maybe less. I'm not really sure of the number, but many of those are going to be middle of the pack. They're not going to be superstars. And to be quite honest, there's nothing wrong with that. You being on the air, just being doing the best you absolutely can. And even if you're not the superstar of the market, you're doing the best you can. And to me, I applaud you for that. This is my plan B. This is my plan C. This is all I've ever wanted to do. This is my 43rd year in radio. I started in 1980, and I've had opportunities to go do other things. And, car dealerships wanted to hire me left and right. We're going to put you on TV. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I just want to do radio. So I've gone unemployed for 8 months waiting for that radio job. There's a station in Dallas, Texas that I've gone after for 10 years. I just felt that I needed to go to Dallas while I was in New York. I'm like, something's calling me to this station, this KCBI. And I applied over and over and over again. And I always heard no until I heard yes. So for me, if this is really what you want to do, make sure this is really what you want to do. Let this be your plan B. Let this be your plan C. Don't go running when you fail, because you may fail. But you only really fail when you stop, when you quit. So if you fall down, get back up. If this is what you want to do, go get them. I can't wait to say, hey, he watched or she watched my video. Yay! And we know it's not about me. It's about God. So
I just love that. And I think that's a great point to wrap this up with. Thanks so much for being here, Sonny, and sharing your wisdom with us. I know you guys are going to really appreciate it. And thank you for having us. We are praying that God blesses you this week during the media training, and God bless Vision Africa and Sharing International.
So, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, brand case study. The brand is 54 Thrones. I would love for you to look them up. They're based in the US, but the founder is Nigerian. And one of the things that makes them so successful on social media is their storytelling. Again, that theme, it's very important to be a good storyteller, especially on social media where everyone is grabbing for attention all the time. Billions, and I'm not exaggerating, billions of pieces of content are made every single day. So you have to be able to stand out. And the way that they're standing out, in my eyes as a strategist, but also in obviously their audience eyes, is through their storytelling. The founder told a story actually of she grew up in the US and she used to have her auntie send over a bunch of beauty products from Nigeria because she couldn't find anything that she liked, and she started talking with her about how she made them, and she shares that story really openly through her channel and kind of educates a lot of people who might not know Nigeria at all or even Africa at all in the beauty traditions of these countries, and she sources all of her ingredients responsibly from local growers around Africa. The name is actually representative of the 54 countries in Africa. So the storytelling is just really educational, it's empowering, and it's really, really fun to watch and explore. The second tactic that I think stands out is, sorry about this, guys, her ability to community build and continuously respond and engage really thoughtfully with her audience. She's not just posting and ghosting, like I like to say. She's showing up. Her team is showing up. They're engaging in the comments. They're asking for feedback. They're using user-generated content, which is if someone is using one of their products and films it and has a review, they're encouraging that so that it's open and honest and transparent. It's not created in a studio somewhere. It's really cool. And then the third tactic that I think makes them stand out and really successful is authenticity. The founder brings us along through her journey. This post here is talking about a 7-year difference from when she started to where she's now. And it's really, she talks about the challenges. She's very forthcoming that it hasn't been easy, that she's really struggled in moments. And so you just are connecting to her as the brand owner. You're connecting to the brand in a way that you wouldn't be doing through traditional advertising. And there's that living, breathing, human connection that's experienced from the consumer to the brand. This clicker does not like me. It's an operator error, I'm sure. So, in summary, the transformative impact of connection in the social media landscape is evident in stories and friendships formed. It's evident in movements that have been sparked on social media through community building and businesses thriving more than ever before. By recognizing the significance of connection and focusing on that first, beyond sales, the sales will come if you're connecting with your audience. The likes will come if you're connecting with the audience. The views will come if you're connecting with your audience. Don't think about that. You've got to think about the connecting first. And if you can do that, we can harness its power and foster positive change. We can fight those important things of hate speech and fake news. And we can inspire meaningful connections that build a connected and empathetic world. I want to leave you quickly. I know I only have a couple minutes, so I'll speed through these. But I want to leave you with some practical tips. If you're out there taking notes, some practical tips on whether you're a brand or an individual or wanting to work for a brand on social media, how you can have a better presence. First is to be authentic. I think we just heard Sunny speaking about that on his video. There is only one you. You can't. Your audience will know if you are faking it. It's just people are smarter than that. They'll catch on. Just be you. Share your unique perspective and experiences. Avoid trying to mimic others, and just bring what is special about you to the table. People will find you. People need what you have to say. Then you want to define your target audience. That was also mentioned already. It's very important. You're not creating for yourself. I mean, you can share things that you like, especially if you know your audience likes them too. But really clearly identify that target audience and know what they like and study the platforms and understand how they're engaging so that you can create the best content you can. Third, you want to engage in active listening. It's not just, I already mentioned this, post and ghost. You want to listen, you want to be on there, you want to engage, you want to have conversations. It's a place to be social, remember? What is it a place to be? Oh, I can't hear you. That was very low. A place to be, there you go. Okay, cool. So we've got that nailed. Also, we want to share valuable and relevant content. I know there's a lot of news representatives here. That also comes into play through news, but specifically on social media. You know, gone are the days where you were on Twitter and you could just post, I'm going to school today, or I'm going to get a coffee, or I'm helping my dad do something. Like that, it's not that no one cares, but there's so much content that it has to have meaning for someone. So find a way to turn that message into something that someone might find inspiration or entertainment or some sort of value from, and then you'll be good to go. And lastly, on my 5 tips is to cultivate that two-way communication. I just want to drive that point home because I see it missing in so many brands. If you're going to invest in creating content, if you're going to invest in being on these platforms, if you're going to invest your time and energy into doing that, make sure you're investing time in building relationships with your audience, and that comes through a two-way conversation, okay? So that is about it from me on this topic, and I just really want to thank you for the opportunity, and you'll be hearing from me twice more today, so hopefully you enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please give another round of applause for Maddie? She came all the way across the ocean to talk to you all, so thank you. So we started off talking about what is a story, and then we went into the power of connection and how that story connects us all. And now we're going to talk about the responsibility that puts on us as media practitioners, as news personnel. It's a responsibility to now communicate that story to our audience. And I have someone very special talking to you today about that. This woman is currently the Director of Public Affairs for the National Broadcasting Commission. She started as a broadcaster with the BCA before joining NBC in 1995. She held the position of State Officer in Umuahia in the State Office. She was the Zonal Director in Enugu and a Director of Investigation and Enforcement. She is well qualified, well educated, and well spoken. Can I please introduce to some and present to others Ms. Susan Obi.
Thank you, Jane. The President, Vision Africa, Bishop Sunday Onoha, my boss. My Director General, the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Bishop Sunday Onoha. Oh, sorry. The Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Malam Balarabe Shehu Ilela. Sir, you're welcome. Like Emma said, when Mandy was presenting, she told us she now has a name from Abia. I'm sure the next time my DG comes here, we'll not only give him a name, we'll also give him a chieftaincy title. The directors of the National Broadcasting Commission here present, Mrs. Franca Ayeton, Director of Broadcast Monitoring, Mr. Matthews Onyedikachi Achara, Son of the Soil, Director, Broadcast Policy and Research. We also have Rukaya Abbas here. I am excited to introduce the persons here with me because I'm glad they're visiting Abia and I'm from Abia State. Dr. Chuck Pollock, it's good to see you again. A very good afternoon to you all, esteemed broadcasters, you're my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful for this opportunity to share experiences with you as a broadcaster and a broadcast regulator. I'll be speaking to us on information management, the non-kinetic alternative in a polarized environment. For the purpose of this discourse, I like to say that I'd like to say that kinetic is the mobilization of institutions and instruments as allowed by law at the disposal of constituted authority to address acts inimical to the growth or well-being of the society. Whereas the non-kinetic is mobilization of dialogue. So we see kinetic as mobilization of instruments and institutions allowed by law for the preservation of social tranquility, whereas the non-kinetic essentially engages dialogue at identifying, isolating, and neutralizing underlying factors or precursors to societal disharmony. As a preamble, information can safely be assumed to be the lubricant upon which any organized society operates. Apart from providing the communication link between the governed and governor, it also modulates and sets the agenda for every discourse with any society. Arising from this scenario, it should not be out of place to say that the broadcaster plays a harmonizing role for and in any society. We must bear in mind that it is not the broadcaster that creates information. Rather, her role is that of its presentation and dissemination. She does not create the information, but puts it to use through reportage of events and occurrences. As a matter of fact, information happens. The fact that the goal was scored during a match becomes an ingredient for the broadcaster who goes ahead to give it character by putting up the details of which team, which player, what time, type of goal as an information that is reported. She neither created the match nor scored the goal, but she reports on the events that transpired at the match. With the foregoing, it becomes easier to appreciate the importance of the broadcaster and the need for her to become conscious of the responsibility thrust on her by reason of the profession. When we listened to Sonny earlier on, when Sharon shared the video of the story, Sonny talked about how sometimes we come on air and we want to yell, we have all of that excitement bubbling in all of us, but the broadcaster, in the midst of that excitement, we should recognize that there's a responsibility and we need to manage the information we put out, how we put out that information as guided by the requirements of our profession. So what is the role? So now look at the role of responsible information management as a panacea for equilibrium in a polarized environment. I have chosen the polarized space because recent trends has shown that virtually every sphere of social engagement are becoming polarized here and globally. This may not be unrelated to economic challenges, insufficient attunements to the dynamics of science and technology in our daily life, which is forcing new leanings, and adaptations for basic survival. Currently, we are dealing with migrations of our broadcast mode from the analog to the digital mode. We're also looking at telenetworks that are migrating from, we have had the 3G, we have had the 4G, we have 5G, 6G, and we also now we're in the cashless economy. Here in our country, every political zone has responded albeit differently, to the challenges of banditry, inter- and intra-ethnic conflicts, insurgency, and quasi-insurrections. These challenges manifest one commonality, a coordinated affront on constituted authority, which creates impressions of insecurity, often leading to some degree of suppression of the exercise of the most basic of fundamental rights: free movements, security of lives and property, safety of associations and worship. The essence here is to instigate and carry out pockets of violence which are hyped to frenzied points of producing fear in the society. In response to these aberrations, the corporate state has often been compelled to deploy some kinetic alternatives outside of the regular form of policing the society. So we have had this introduction of military, sit at home, arrest without warrants, imposition of curfews, restrictions of no-fly zones, etc. These alternatives have witnessed some magnitude of success, though not without instances of unavoidable collateral damages. We have seen instances of stray bullets, people getting attacked, people being wrongfully arrested, and all of that. It's on this basis that the perspective of information availability and engineering becomes an alternative that may, if well utilized, produce a panacea or the prime alternative pathway to resolving many problems in the society. How can this be done? A cursory look at the ways information is delivered to the audience in the broadcast form gives an insight to the disposition of the source. Whereas most government media tend to gravitate towards compelling narratives to portray government side, other private media oftentimes tend towards focusing attention on visibility with its attendant commercial benefits. Navigating between these ends becomes the pathway of responsibility for the practitioner. In the discharge of that responsibility, the broadcaster should be conversant with the ethics of the profession. She should also be imbued with sufficient patriotism to look pecuniary gains in the face and choose nation and service above self. In addition, she should understand her obligation to the masses, who use her information as base material to form their individual opinion on matters and issues. Responsibility requires a thoroughness in what is put out. It encourages investigation and interrogation of events and occurrences before they are put out as information. The impact and possible responses must also be evaluated considerably before it is propagated. While it is the baseline of broadcasting to inform, educate, and entertain, cognizance should be taken of stray and gray interpretations. Oftentimes we find innuendos that lead to stereotyping. We all know innuendos are scam. We have these innuendos like when we play musicals, there are Marley's musicals that says you don't need to go to school. Education is a scam. So we should be conscious of the messages we put out. We also have some of these innuendos. You're born to lead. It's as if there's no effort. It's your right to lead. So all these innuendos lead to stereotyping and sorry please. And promotion of anti-ethical values that encourage ill-gotten wealth. Sorry, I'm just getting. Sorry for this blank air, please. Okay, I was saying that innuendos that lead to stereotyping, promotion of anti-ethical values that encourage ill-gotten wealth, negative lifestyles should all be stymied. Conscious and consistent promotion of what holds us together, our common humanity, love for equity, fair play, equal opportunity, and a strong sense of concern for each other's welfare must find ways of being incorporated in every bit of information, irrespective of the subject matter we choose to address. If you look at the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, one of the provisions of the code in section 3.2.1 talks about straight dealing. And straight dealing concerns itself with the content, the objective of your broadcast. So we should not just come in every day not being prepared for the message we're communicating. So each time we hold the mic, each time we come on air, we should be conscious of what message we are putting out. Therefore, you should have done your adequate research. You should have an objective. What do you want to attain? What do you want to attain at the end of your programming? Even when you put out musicals, what message are you communicating? In your current affairs program, what message are you communicating? So we all need to be conscious of the objective of everything we do when we have the mic. A common consequence of such aggravated approach would project hope and idealism towards an acceptance of individual responsibility as an obligation to the proper functioning of our immediate and composite environments. The biggest enemy of a broadcaster is hyping. Whereas the incentive for hyping is often pecuniary, it takes a matter out of context and does not promote the authentic communication to the audience. Hyping is a precursor to contents that mislead, misinform, disinform, and malinform because it results in defective information that is not balanced. The Nigeria Broadcasting Code in section 7.1.17 sees hyping as content that promotes the use of superlatives, unsubstantiated or misleading claims, testimonials, or descriptions. It is common knowledge that the broadcaster is the bedrock of or the hub in a mass communication system. Operating as a freelance, private, institutional, or government practitioner, she sets up and manages the information network. Her responsibility is to bring to visibility the genuine projects of every sector and government action. Her business is therefore to communicate every facet of information and action in such a responsible manner that makes them acceptable to her audience, thus enabling them make informed choices, opinions, and responses to activities and interventions of government. A lot of present thinking is to situate the broadcaster to the duties of politics and news. However, the duties of every professional broadcaster transcends this, as every developmental initiative, be they economic, technological, financial, social, or as it relates to security, is propelled on the use of information generated by the broadcaster through the non-kinetic or dialogue approach. In information management, you can't get any information by kinetic means. Here, the broadcaster is required to present all sides to every issue of public discourse. She should moderate on the issues, not the persons. The non-kinetic approach embraces dialogue instead of force and forceful measures. Directives, when necessary, are issued in moderate language as to earn trust and not to provoke attrition. We all know what happened some weeks, I think 2 weeks ago, with the removal of fuel subsidy. The engagement of non-kinetic approach is designed to dull prevalent polarizations and perceived marginalization on issues of disagreement. Most times, the plurality of opinions which give rise to these polarizations are best handled by constructive engagement, which can be done through the non-kinetic or dialogue pathway, which the broadcaster facilitates by bringing the dramatist personnel on air in a moderated environment and ensuring their opinions are heard without rancor and devoid of hate speech. In summary, the broadcaster should be conscious of her professional obligation. Which is, sorry please. In summary, the broadcaster should be conscious of her professional obligation of being the sole agent of social harmony, political stability, equity in the interplay of societal governance, and composite security in a grossly information deficient world. I wish I had my code here. I would have cited a provision of the code. Please, ma'am. hope you all know about this. This is the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Beautiful. So it's also my own handbook and my guideline. So in summary, I'd like to say that the broadcaster performs, and I'm citing from section 5.4.3, says the broadcaster performs the role of a peace agent by adhering to the principle of responsibility, accuracy, and neutrality. That's the requirement of a broadcaster at all times. Your professionalism comes into play, but then you have these rules. You should be guided by being professional. This realization is critical to the broadcaster's ability to be motivated enough to seek the best ways to manage information dissemination for growth of all human activity necessary for the perpetual survival of mankind. The most tranquil route is the non-kinetic engagement of all forces that propagates and propel them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. I think that lecture was very, very needed. As media professional, broadcasters, anything, we hold information that can change people's lives for the better or for the worse. So it's important for us to stay responsible. With that being said, we're going to transition into a fast 10-minute break. So if you want to stretch your legs or just catch some sun, please be back in the next 10 minutes, and I will give you a warning when time is coming closer. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, together for Okafor Stephanie.
If I should stay, I will only be your way. So I'll go, but I'll know, I'll think of you every step of the way. And married. Fooling Bella. Yeah, Mango Bosi. Wow! Eu nyana wa. Hele leo ya shamda hala mshe. Fooling Bella. Wela manya uza. Subanu mon. Unyana wa moto chile. Are you ready? This is a celebration song. I know you can do this, so we take it this way. Come on. Let's go. Come on, right. Come on, right. Rule it, Remago Bosi. Eu nyana wa. Hele dewi asham dalala. Rule it, Rela manyamusa. Subano mon, onyana wa mojile. Baby guys, yomba no mokonti. Uyana wa, hey, tahile nesta. Makale, who says a space? Who's in chocolate? Yachani dalala. Baby city, uyana wa listen. Baby city, angela shade bulilele. Where my compass, bulilele. Yagalo mona, bulilele. Where my compass, bulilele. Yagalo mona, kowena makubese. Hey, when no mona, kopa wanayana. Unenzo so twa yo 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 makubese. Hey, when no mona, hey, when I Rihanna to go on, baby guys, your mother was haunted. Rihanna, hey, Jackie, ladies, my baby, who says your space? Who's in chocolate? You're turning the light on, baby, city. Rihanna will be so good, baby, city. I can't say it's time for celebration. Where my goes,
Next song now!
I'll give you 30 seconds or so to make your way back to your seats so we can resume with the program. I hope you all are ready and excited for this next session, Day 1, Session 2. In Session 1, we talked a lot about the foundation, the story, the connection, the responsibility we have because of that connection. And all of those things are important because they set the foundation for who we are as information bearers. But now in Session 2, we will talk about more actionable steps like strategizing. The title of this presentation from Maddie Wilson is called The Power of Media Strategy. Social media has become an integral part of today's digital landscape. But without sound strategy, many brands and businesses are missing the mark. With this presentation, you will learn how to craft a strong strategy and how to take actionable steps. As my mom always told me growing up, those who fail to plan to fail. Can I please reintroduce to you Miss Maddie Wilson?
Thank you so much. I'm going to hold this again, I think. All right. Who's ready for Session 2? Again, I'm Maddie Wilson, and I'm really excited to talk to you today about social media strategy. So, like Jane said and introduced me before, I am the founder of the Wander Studio, a mobile creative studio. And throughout my career, before I was even an entrepreneur, I worked in social media marketing for large nonprofits and as a social media manager and a brand manager in advertising. So my whole kind of corporate life has been centered around social media and its ever-evolving, fast-paced nature. I love being able to help brands crack the code, so to speak, cut through the noise and connect with their ideal audiences. And during this session, I'm going to shed some light on just how to do that. So I want you to imagine for a second that you are a small business owner, okay? Is anyone here a small business owner? I know I mentioned earlier or asked if you're a brand. Do you own a small business? Awesome. Yes, cool. I'll have to talk to you later and see what your business is. I'd love to hear about it. So let's imagine for a second that you are a pottery maker and you make pottery by hand. You spend countless hours creating your beautiful pieces, and then you want to put all of that on social media to hopefully reach people who want to buy your product. You're excited to share that with the world. You have a lot of passion. So you start your social media accounts and you create your content and you start posting and you're waiting for the likes and the views to come, and then there's crickets and nothing happens. And if that's ever happened to you, I don't want you to feel discouraged because that happens to so many people. And you might have passion, but if you don't plan, that passion won't translate very well onto social media. Does this resonate with any of you? I know we had some small business owners, so awesome. This isn't a hypothetical situation. Kingsley, there we go. Throughout my career, I've witnessed many brands falling short and trying to cut through the noise and just feeling like they're shouting into the void. And social media, it's viewed now especially as a must-have for your business, and it absolutely is. But it's really a social media strategy that is a must-have, and an understanding of how to execute that strategy that it is a must-have. If you just hop on the platforms without a strategy, you're going to be shouting into the void, and it's going to feel frustrating, and it's going to feel like you're not resonating, but it's just that you haven't planned. Like Jane's mom said, and she just mentioned, failure to plan is planning to fail. So I want to share with you today exactly how to fix that frustration. We don't want you to feel like you're shouting into the void. Like I said earlier in my session, each of you has something really unique to offer and something really special to share, and people are out there who need to have that service or need to have that product. And so this is to encourage you, whether you're a business owner, you work in social media, maybe you want to do one of those things someday or soon, or maybe you're just here because you want to increase your knowledge toolbox. This is something that's going to really influence and help you create impactful social media content on these platforms. So social media, like I said, has become an integral part of today's landscape. You all know that. And a lot of people who are even younger than myself are so good natively at picking up these platforms and understanding how they work and finding trends and all of these things. And it's essential for businesses and corporations and organizations to understand how to maximize these tools. You really have an opportunity. Most of the tools are free, and so understanding how to put together a sound strategy is really helpful in terms of getting your message out there no matter what it is. Through social media, brands and businesses have access to massive user bases and visibility like never before. So Facebook alone has billions of daily users. There's so many people who have potential access to your product, your brand, your corporation, anything. And so that's really changed very quickly, whereas you used to have to pay for a lot of that and pay a lot of money to reach those audiences. Customer engagement and relationship building. We talked about this a lot in my earlier session, so I won't go into too much detail there, but focusing on connection and connecting directly with that audience is so important over social media today. You have the ability to target very specific audiences through advertising. That's a whole specialty in and of itself, but it's very, very useful for brands and businesses. You have content distribution to those billions of people around the world that you never had access to before. You have real-time analytics. I briefly mentioned this last time as well, where you can see your audience demographics and you can see their watch time on your videos and you can see where the drop-offs are and you can understand exactly what they are wanting to see more of in real time, so you can create exactly what your audience wants to see from you in your own way. You also have customer research and market analysis like never before thanks to social media, and you have an always-on availability for epic storytelling. And I know we're going to hear so much about storytelling all throughout today, so I really encourage you to listen to all of those sessions as well. All of this, when utilized and optimized, gives businesses and brands and organizations a huge advantage. I can't stress to you enough how important it is, and I know because you're here, you all understand how important it is as well. So all of that is great, but you're probably wondering, how do I make that all work for me? That's the problem. And that's a great question, and it's very common, and the answer is strategy. So what is a social media strategy? I'm going to read this off the slide. It is a social media strategy is a plan of action that outlines how an individual or organization will use social media platforms to achieve their goals and objectives. So it's how you are going to achieve goals and objectives. And the first piece of a strategy is goals and objectives. We'll get to that. And that's usually the piece that brands and people miss. So pay very close attention to that. Just like I want to encourage you to think of it like this on a little graphic. Social media strategy is like your roadmap. It's your plan. It's your pathway forward to success. Like we talked about, there are billions of people creating on these platforms every day, and in order to cut through the noise and make sure that your content stands out, it has to be strategic, and you need to know how to utilize these platforms efficiently and effectively. So what strategy isn't? I talked to you about what strategy is. It's a roadmap. What it isn't. This is important because in my experience, even working with big Fortune 500 companies, they are missing the mark a lot of times on this. a lot of people think that strategy is posting every day. You got to show up every day. Or even if you're on TikTok, you have to post 3 times a day, or else the algorithm won't feed your stuff. You use call to actions. You have content themes. You have content pillars. You have hashtags, and you need to use 30 of them. Or no. Instagram told us we can only use 5 now. Don't use 30. It's spammy. We have following and engaging with other creators, and all of those are very useful, but they are tactics. Those are tactics, and they're tools to be able to amplify your plan or your strategy. But alone, they will not work because they're changing every day. They're changing really every day. And if you create a plan just around that, your content is going to fall flat. So it's important to have your strategy soundly in place and use these tactics and these tools to then amplify that strategy. Does that make sense? Awesome. Whoop. That was me, Kingsley. So I want to get into the components, and I know this is pretty detailed stuff, and I've got 10 minutes left, so I'm going to try to go as quickly and as thoroughly as I can. If we have questions at the end of this, remember to write them down, address them to me, and hopefully we can get them in the Q&A at the end. The best way to create a social media strategy has several components. First, I mentioned this previously, you want to start with SMART goals. Does anyone know what SMART stands for? S-M-A-R-T. So SMART goals are a framework in which you can provide clarity and focus and ensure that all of your efforts are directed towards a clear objective. So I'll go through what each of those stand for. So specific, I just said specific equals goals that provide clarity and focus, ensuring that efforts are directed towards a clear objective. M is for measurable, so you want to make sure you can measure those goals. If you can't measure them, then you don't know if you hit them, right? They're just kind of out there, and then they go away if you didn't hit them because you didn't know how to measure them, and that doesn't propel you forward. Then we have A, which is attainable. Attainable equals ensuring that those goals are realistic. You might want to grow 100,000 followers, and if you go viral on TikTok, maybe you might have a chance, but it's very hard to grow that fast on all of these platforms today, and it takes a lot of time and energy to do that. So make sure that it's attainable for you. It might be. You might want to hit 200,000. I mean, that's totally fine, but just make sure that it's within this your kind of reasonable goal. You want to make sure that it's relevant. Your goals align with broader business objectives, and that you're ensuring that those social media efforts contribute to your overall brand or overall business success. If social media, it can be very tedious and time consuming. If it doesn't have any driver in your overall business or brand goals, then it's a lot of time to invest in there. So you want to make sure that you're thinking through that. And then T for SMART is time bound. And that is providing a sense of urgency and accountability. You want to set a goal that you can say, okay, in 1 month, I'm going to have X amount of reach based on X amount of videos. That's a timely goal that you can set. Next is making sure you know your target audience. We've talked about this all throughout the broadcasting specials training here. And it's the same for social media. You want to understand as much as you can about your target audience. You want to know down to like one single person what they do, what they like, what they don't like, what their pain points are, what their frustrations are, how you can speak to them directly. You could even name that person. That's a strategy in and of itself, is creating your target audience to the point where you're speaking to one individual person and knowing that your content is going to resonate with that person. And you want to know where your audience is hanging out. If you are trying to reach young teenagers, TikTok, yeah, it's very popular, at least in the US for Gen Z. If you're looking to reach an older audience, maybe you have a Facebook group that they want to join. And it's not that only older people use Facebook, but there's different age demographics for each platform, and you want to make sure that your target audience is on the platform that you're creating for. And then finally, you're going to want to create your content plan. And I don't say go into creating content because you want to plan out your content as well. Remember, preparing means planning. And you want to make sure you know all the parameters of all the different platforms before you start creating. Something specific about this is like video. You've got horizontal video that works really well for news, and it works really well for YouTube. But if you are only going to create a strategy for TikTok or Instagram, you do not need to be creating horizontal video. You need to be creating and thinking vertical video first, because the platform is built and in the algorithm encourages vertical video only. So it's those things that you need to be thinking through before you start creating. Then we have community management and engagement. And I'll try to speed up because I'm running out of time. But community management and engagement is an important piece to plan, because you really want to invest in building those relationships with your target audience. So if you are creating all this content and you've planned goals and you have all these ideas, and then you go and you post, but you don't allot any planning time for nurturing that audience, you're not going to go as far as you could. You want to think about advertising if you're a brand, especially. A lot of the platforms really are encouraging better reach, and you get a lot more analytics, and you can really hyper-target a very specific audience through advertising. So if that's appropriate for your business or brand or corporation, then you want to make sure you're allotting budget and planning associated with that. And then you also want to think about measurement and analytics, because when we talk about those SMART goals that we set at the beginning, you need to be tracking your progress on those goals to evaluate yourself and evaluate your content. And it also takes some of that pressure off of you, because if you created a piece of content that you really love, I speak from experience of this, like sometimes we'll create something that we thought really was going to hit with our audience, and it just kind of flops. Instead of being sad about that, you can then look at the analytics, you can measure, you can understand, and you can optimize, and then you can create something better next time. And it's not that people didn't like it, it's not emotional, it's just the facts are the facts and the analytics are there, and you can do something better and you can learn. Now, I want to look quickly at another brand as a little case study here. So, who here has heard of Nando's? Anyone? Yeah. It's actually a South African original chain, and they're all over the world. They have peri-peri chicken and very spicy, amazing food. And what's really cool is they've been around for a while, but they have shown up on TikTok. And I say that because I think a lot of brands are scared to try something new, but their target audience is Gen Z. Their target audience is that teenage level. They want their teenagers who are going out with their friends to come to Nando's. They want their teenagers who are encouraging mom and dad to take them somewhere to go to Nando's. They know who they're talking to, and they've studied, and they have a really sound strategy. So a couple little pieces on there to get you guys inspired. If you look at TikTok ever, I would encourage you to scroll through their content. It's really fun. They have incorporated everything that you need to kind of stand out. And I want to talk briefly about their fun food. That's part of their brand. They really embrace that they are fun. They don't take themselves too seriously. They're not stuffy. They really want to have humor involved in their content. So they do like eating challenges, spicy wing challenges. They get people in and try to test their tolerance, and it's fun to watch. It's really entertaining. And then they do like order hacks. And so if you go in there and you want something special, they kind of give you insider tips on how to order special things that aren't on the menu, and so it gets people excited and creative about their food. And then also they're really good at hopping on trends. Trends alone are not a strategy. They can help you grow, but like one of the biggest kind of moments is when someone's only doing trends as a brand. It just doesn't land. What you want to do is take that trend and adapt it to your unique brand and business, and they're doing it really well. This example is like this guy wrestler who is dancing really awkwardly, and they put it to the soundtrack of their bathrooms because their toilets have like really good music. Apparently that's part of their brand ethos. So it's just finding ways to be really playful, part of their brand personality, and they're nailing it. And so they know they have their goals, they know their audience, they know the platforms really well, they plan their content according to that platform, and they're continuously evaluating. You can tell they're looking at what's working and they're doing more of that. So lastly, I know I'm running short on time, but I do again want to leave you with some tangible tips that you could take away from and really just start implementing today. First is just really researching and understanding your target audience thoroughly, because it doesn't make sense to create and shout into the void. You want to speak to someone really specifically. You want to know that person. You want to drive that connection like we talked about last time I was up here. And it's even, I mean, where do they hang out? Like, really get to know that person. Maybe go in person and ask questions, do surveys. I want to encourage you to explore and just know your audience better than anyone else can know them. Then you want to create a content calendar. Once you have that and you've set your goals according to your audience, you want to create a content calendar because it'll help you plan out accordingly what type of content is going to resonate. It gives you kind of a cheat sheet almost to stay organized. It builds accountability with yourself or your team. You can edit in there and track changes, and it's just a really good management tool to use in terms of creating content for social media. Then you'll want to stay updated. We talked a little bit of the trends, but stay updated with trends and stay updated with changes on the platform. They're changing every day. I think Instagram, their CEO gets on and gives a Instagram Live every 10 days, I feel like, of updates. And it's just really good if you are going to be in this industry to be a constant learner and a constant consumer of the tools at your disposal. That's going to set you apart and help you make much better strategies and just better content overall. And then lastly, you want to make sure you're monitoring your feedback. You're monitoring those insights, like I said, you're studying, be a student of your own analytics and your own brand, and make sure that you're driving that connection by responding and really owning those relationships, because that is another thing, like we talked about, that is going to set you apart if you have the opportunity to do that. So I'll leave you with this. Remember, a social media strategy, serves as a roadmap, guiding your activities in order to reach certain measurable goals. And by planning out these elements, you'll be able to maintain consistency, maximize the impact of your message and your efforts, and you're not going to be shouting into the void. You're going to be speaking directly to someone who needs what you have to say, who needs what you have to sell. And again, like Jane's mom said, and she's a brilliant lady, fail to plan, plan to fail. It's as simple as that. So thank you very much.
What a privilege to join you by video for Chuck Pollack and the entire team at Sharon International. For a good friend, my name is Joseph Kebby. What a privilege to join you by video for this special training that is happening at Vision Africa. I want to start off by saying thank you to Dr. Chuck Pollack and the entire team at Sharon International for this awesome opportunity to be a part of what God is doing. To Bishop Sunday, thank you for the work that you are doing in the nation of Nigeria, and of course on our beautiful continent. Well, I am so honored to be part of this today, and very, very interesting as we talk around the theme of relevance in an ever-changing world. One of the things that I found very important is, of course, going back to the Bible and seeing the scriptures that talk about heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word would never pass away. Even in the midst of all of the changes and everything. And one thing I've learned is that God's word will forever remain relevant. And more so for us as Christian broadcasters, where we look at the scriptures and try to apply that in what we do every single day. And it's for this reason that I want to highlight few points that I think as we look at the topic of relevancy in this changing world. How do we remain relevant as broadcasters, whether it's a radio station or a television station, especially when we are bombarded with tons of media messages, whether it's be on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on YouTube, you name it. How do we become relevant and stay relevant as a Christian broadcaster? Well, I don't claim to know everything, but of course I want to share with you 3 points that I think that will help us address this whole issue of being relevant in an ever-changing world as broadcasters. Number 1 is what I call quality programming, and of course, relevant topics that we discuss. Quality programming, let me address that first of all. You and I know that our Creator is a creative and a person of quality. And I will suggest to you today that no matter what the circumstances were, the equipment that we use or what you name it, I believe that the quality of things that we put out must be top notch. It shouldn't be substandard. Because as Christians, I believe that whatever that we do, it should be of good quality because our God is a quality God. The second part of that, number 1, is the topics that we discuss on our radio program or what we post on social media. It needs to be relevant. If it is not relevant in the community, if it is not relevant to your audience or the community that we broadcast in, I beg to suggest to you that it would fall flat. It would be like people listening to you, but there's nothing actually entering through their ears or through their inner soul. Because as a Christian broadcaster, at the end of the day, if everything is said and done, what we want is that the topic and the programs that we produce will change the minds of people, will stir up something transformational about them. So the issue of being very relevant in our community is important. The programs that you draw out, what is it that the community care about? Do they care about their financial situation? Do they care about marriages within the community, education, health? Those are relevant things that we need to dive deep into our community and understand them. Over the years, I have developed something, a practice that I call the Idea Bank. Every single time that I walk within my community, I carry sometimes a piece of paper and a pen, or nowadays a cell phone. Once I walk in the community, there are things, there are stories that are untold, issues that you can discuss on the radio. And what I would do is basically take those and write them in my Idea Bank. You might not need it today, but tomorrow it will be very relevant. And you can just go back into your idea bank and take that and use it to benefit your audience, because that's what they are waiting for today. Number 2 is engaging online and multimedia content. Today, you can never say that you will not be online. You have to develop strategies and take your audience with you as you broadcast, whether it be on television or on radio. A few years ago, I came out with a term, what I call transmedia. What do I mean by that? As a radio person, can you write a story for the ear, for the eye? How are you engaging your audience on social media? What kind of content are you taking from the radio and, of course, converting that content that will be suitable for online and, of course, for viewers? What are some of the issues that are happening in the community? If you cover that in the news, do you have a footage of that particular news? Online presence today is very, very important. And if you are to be relevant, you need to be where your audience are, creating content that will help them in navigating the societal challenges that they find themselves in. Well, friend, for me, point number 3 is very, very important. That is community outreaches and, of course, services that we render beyond the radio station, beyond the television station, beyond the Facebook posts and the social media engagement. We need to understand that those that listen to us on the radio, those that watch us on the television, those that read about what we're doing on social media, remember, none of these people live on these platforms. They are flesh and blood. And if we are to be relevant, we need to engage people off the air. So, for example, a radio station could say, today we are going to work with a local hospital to actually ask our audience to come and donate blood. Or you could say that today we are actually going to clean our streets. To be very relevant, we need to look at these things that I believe if Jesus was here today, I believe Jesus would produce quality radio programs that would be very, very relevant. And the topics that he would discuss would be very relevant topics. That's why Jesus was known to be the commander of parables. He commanded his audience using parables, using the topics of the day. So I believe that he will be very proactive to bring topics, to bring subjects that will be discussed, and they will be very relevant. And of course, I believe for sure that Jesus will engage his audience online. He will be posting something relevant, writing something relevant that he would discuss on his radio program, and then he will write about that, but also capture the stories that are told in our communities. Jesus lastly will go into the community, and of course, like we see in the scriptures, walking down the streets, and he say, "Someone touched me." How many of us can say today that someone touched me? Or how many of us can leave the radio station and just walk down the line and say to Zacchaeus, "Today I'm going to have dinner with you"? If we are to be relevant in this ever-changing world, we have to engage our audience, produce quality content and relevant topics that they want to hear, and of course, engage them, whether it be off air and online as well. I believe These are the things that we need to do. God bless you, my friend. And this is all that we have at this point. But if you want to engage with me, my contact details are on the screen now.
Please, I'm so sorry. That was not good enough. May I reintroduce to some and present to others Dr. Chuck Pollock.
Good afternoon. Oh, that's better. That's better. But you can do better. Good afternoon. Oh, yes, indeed. It's wonderful to see you. It's great to be here. And what I want to share with you at this point is we're learning, and what we've heard up till now is great strategy. Things which will make us more effective, more efficient as communicators in fashioning our message and in doing it efficiently. What I want to talk about here is all of us who have had jobs. How many of you have jobs before? How many of you worked anywhere else before? Raise your hands. Come on. I know you did. Okay. If you've worked somewhere else before, you've had good bosses and you've had bad bosses. Do I hear an amen? All right. Now, a good boss, and especially if he's a good leader, will make all of the difference. They'll make all the difference in the way that they change the way that things are said and the way things are done, and do it effectively. Now, I have just a bit of time today, and so I want to get right down to it. Basically, building a culture of yes. How many of you know that there is something called inertia? Inertia is the ability of something to remain. If it's moving, it will remain moving. And if it's at rest, it will stay that way, and it will take a lot of movement to get it going, a lot of power to get it going. Remember that in school? Well, here's the thing. We have to be very careful of inertia. We have to manage that. By what do I mean? In other words, the way that we are thinking, the way that we approach what we do, and what our motivations are. We've heard before, Why are you doing this? Are you doing it for the audience, for yourself, for the company? What are you doing it for? Do you think your stuff is better than that person's stuff? Now, what happens is oh, thank you. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Forward. Yeah, there it is. I think I just went backwards. Okay. Building a culture of yes. In other words, when I ask someone, if I'm a leader and if I engage my staff in a way that will approach the problem in a powerful way, when I ask them to do something, their answer is not no, not whining, not crying. The inertia, if we are in a culture, office culture, that is a complaining culture. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Where everything is just negative. Where, oh, well, let's do this. Let's do this project. Let's produce this documentary or whatever, and everyone comes up with every reason why it won't work. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Isn't it difficult to work in a situation like that? Because you're done before you even begin. Am I right? Do I hear an amen? Yeah. Well, basically, we need to change that culture. We need to build a culture of yes. And basically, that all has to do with the faith that we have in ourselves, in our company, the people that have gathered around us to be colleagues, and basically the faith in the vision of that company. In other words, every company has to have vision. But this is what we want to do. This is why we exist. And everyone within that company needs to coalesce around that. Or, frankly, they would say that you don't need to be there. Now do I hear an amen? Yeah. Okay. So basically, let's talk about management, shall we? Management is both an art and a science. Management is getting things done through other people. Now, there are various ways to do it. All of them may get a certain amount of work done, but yet there are ways to do it in a way that you will get the best out of your people. You can either squeeze them and hurt them, or you can allow them to flourish, and the fruit of that flourishment, if that's a word, the fruit of that is very, very creative, and people will work all night. Not because they have to, but because they believe in the company, and there's esprit de corps. So management is, again, both an art. It is an art. You need to know the people that are around you. We've been talking about knowing your audience. Is that important? Is that important? Absolutely. And that's absolutely essential. But when you're a manager, when you're a leader, you also have to know the people that work with you. You need to know not only what they can do, you need to know about them. What motivates them? What do they respond to? What makes them happy? What makes them sad? Why? Because actually, they are one of your audiences. And the way to get those things done is to get them to a point where they can do things with joy. Oh, let me say that again. They need to do things in joy. Exactly. And if they're doing it in joy, that releases so much creativity. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, that's art. That was really art. Science, well, you have a bunch of milestones that you need to reach, goals that you need to reach, right? And that's the science of it, to where everything needs to come together at a certain time. So basically, if you're in management, you have to do both. Absolutely both. Now, leadership is a balance between spiritual and organizational qualities, really. It's a combination. And there's something called, has anybody ever hear of servant leadership? Anybody? Yeah. You know, you may have heard this, that if you're going to be great, you have to become the servant of all. Exactly. If you're going to be great, you need to be a servant of all. You need to be a good example of how we should be treating each other and how we need to move forward in creating the very thing that we are in business to do. Now, staff is your most important asset. Sometimes when we are in management, and I will tell you, when I tell you that I have been on both sides of the spectrum when it comes to management, I have been a very nasty boss. I've been a very demanding boss, and for a long time, and I hurt a lot of people which I had to go back later and say, I'm sorry. I had to ask forgiveness because I was a terror. I know that's hard for you to imagine, but I was a terror. But I slowly began to listen to and to become a servant of the people who work for me, to minister to them, and think of the ways that I can bolster them, make them joyful, because that's where the creativity is. Now, if I come to Jeff, and if I walk up to him and he's working very hard, and I say, Jeff, this is a deadline. You've got to have this. If you don't have this, we're out of here. We're out of business. Now, I know what you can do. I want to see that on my desk within 20 minutes. Now, the job takes an hour, but I'm telling him I want it in 20 minutes. And I put so much pressure on him. Now, would he get it on my desk in 20 minutes? Knowing Jeff, probably he would. But would he do it in joy? Probably not. Probably not. Because if you're enjoying what you're doing, if you feel that you are doing what you were created to do, then this creativity is released. So you as a manager, that's your job, is to get that creativity out. A leader is responsible for, did I do something here? There we are. Oh, they're following me. Thank you. A leader is responsible for positive work. A positive work environment. A fair positive work environment. It's one thing to have expectations of your staff. It's another thing for the staff to have expectations of their boss. For example, if your people are working very, very hard, extremely hard, and they're putting in many hours to get this product out, you can yell at them, or you can come with a bowl full of fruit. And you can put it in front of them and say, guys, take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, eat some fruit. Let's laugh a little bit. Now why? What does that do? What does that do? It releases that tension, and you move closer to that joy, and you will get more work done in the remainder of their time than you would if you just allowed them to continue and be under the gun. So a leader also nurtures unity. That is a job of a leader. And if management are leaders, then your job is to make sure that everyone knows what's going on, that they buy into the vision, and that they get things done, that they know where they're going. And also to make sure that everyone is working together harmoniously. But also to do that, sometimes a leader needs to speak the truth in love. Okay, let me say that differently. The leader needs to speak the truth. We can have the same truth, but we can say it in two different ways, can't we? Sometimes the truth can hurt. Sometimes the truth has a lot of, quite a bit of pressure in it. But we can say it in two different ways. We need to be kind to the people and how we speak to them and develop them over time. Now, a leader needs to be a good leader needs to be a good manager of his or her time. If you want someone to meet deadlines, you need to meet deadlines. We need to be meeting our own deadlines, and we need to be people of our word. If we say something's going to happen, if we say that this is these are the values that we hold to, then our job as a leader is to hold to those values. Sometimes that's very difficult because so much in business goes on very quickly, and sometimes you have to respond to it. But we need to, as much as we can, to live up to the very values that we espouse to our staff. We need to stay close to the customer. A leader needs to. Who's the customer? Well, oftentimes, if you're a producer, it's your client. Also, if you're in radio, your customer is your radio listener. So in other words, we, as a leader, we need to be outside of ourselves and caring more about other people than we do ourselves. Whether it be staff people, whether it be a client, or perhaps it may even be a radio listener. So we need to stay close. In other words, we don't do research at the beginning of the quarter and not look at the research for the rest of the quarter. I don't know about you, but I forget. So we need to be very dynamic in that regard. Dynamic, by the way, means what? Dynamic is, the root of the word means dunamis. And the word dunamis means explosive, movable, flexible. So if we're going to be dynamic, it means that we're able to turn on a dime. We're able to turn very quickly. And as things come to us, and we need to change things, we need to do it quickly and have the smarts and the insight to be able to rally our people to get the jobs done. We need to produce and produce through people. So at the end of the day, let me repeat, our job is to be hands-on. So consequently, we have to have a bias for action. Sometimes there are so many things in business. How many of you know there are so many decisions you have to make as a leader, as a manager, and sometimes they're very difficult to make. Sometimes you don't have enough money or you don't have enough people. But your job is to lead, and people will follow. There are too many, in many companies, there are too many people who are indecisive. Did you ever work for a person who's indecisive, that just didn't know what to do, and you're left with not knowing what to do? And so consequently, your productivity is way down, isn't it? And so the leader needs to have a bias for action. In other words, needs to, their orientation is always toward to get things done and get them done quickly. Again, we need to stay close to the customer, which I've already mentioned. We need to be entrepreneurs, even within the company. We need to be entrepreneurs. By that, we need to look for opportunities and adjunct response opportunities. We may find that what we're going to do, the program that we're going to produce, that there is another one which would, there would be another program that can be produced that would finish the communication objective. And so therefore you get that done. So that's entrepreneurship. in many, many ways. And again, productivity through person. We need to be hands-on, values-driven, stick to the knitting. What does that mean? Well, all it means is get your hands dirty. If you're a leader, if you're a good manager, you get in the trenches with your people and you help them out. You're not the chief poobah, if you will. In other words, you're not too good to get your hands dirty and get things done. In a military sense, a good leader is one who says, "Follow me," as opposed to you go and attack that machine gun nest. That's you go do that. Whereas if you're a leader, you go first and you stick with it and you help to get the job done. There are a few things that will garner this type of loyalty from the people that you're managing. And that's one of them. That if you're in the trenches with them and getting things done in that way, they feel as though you care about them. You feel almost an ownership between you, not only for the vision, but also for the relationship that you have between each other. So we have to stick to the knitting, stick to what you're doing. Try not to get too far off and very off into things which don't really matter a whole lot. You need to concentrate. And you need to have a simple staff. Lean staff. Just the amount of people that you need. Okay, I have about a minute. So I want to tell you that there are 3 theories of management, X, Y, and Z. X says that you use your people as pawns and that you squeeze them and squeeze them and squeeze them until there's nothing left, and then you throw them away and you get someone else. How many of you would like to work for a Theory X manager? You would? Now, a Theory Y manager is someone that has an open hand. And a Theory Y manager basically feels that I will give an assignment to a person, and they will, because they love me and because they love the company, that job will be done. I don't have to check on them. What's the problem with that? What do you think? One of the problems with that is, frankly, if you don't adhere to deadlines, if you don't get things done on time, then something won't work. And if something doesn't work, you'll lose the contract. You lose the contract, you lose the money. You lose the money, what happens to the people that work there? You have to let them go. In actuality, there's a Theory Z. And in a sense, that's what I'm advocating here. In other words, yes, you need to bring everyone together. Everyone needs to be a part of the vision. Everyone needs to speak into it, no matter what their department, so that they have ownership entirely. In Theory Z, there it is, thank you. Yeah. In Theory Z, the boss is the boss. The boss is responsible for getting that job done. You still have deadlines, but rather you're giving the people who work for you the opportunity to speak into it. You give them ownership of the project. You be with them in making those decisions, and it's a team. It's a teamwork. It's teamwork. It's an egalitarian approach. Don't get me wrong. In Theory Z, the boss is still the boss. But there should be, and within that, an opportunity for people to grow. Now, and there are benefits, benefits-based incentives. It doesn't necessarily have to be money. In other words, get this done, make your goal, and you've done your job. Do your job and go beyond that, then there's some sort of incentive. Maybe it's a day off. Perhaps it's a dinner for he and his wife, or she and her husband. Or perhaps it could be anything that is of value to that person. The productivity and the benefits to the station and the benefits to the manager in getting things done is amazing. So what I would recommend and what I would urge everyone is to consider these three theories and building a culture of what? Building a culture of Absolutely. So let's work together. Let's make this work and let's succeed in the thing that we've been sent to do. Thank you very much.
A video marketing company, tell your story, and be customer focused and competitively aware.
Oh, and have some fun. Biggest slot machine. So the other day, my 20-year-old son tells me that he's getting most of his news off Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah.
I was like, what? I mean, he just thumbs through his feed like it's a Vegas slot machine. I mean, how could this happen? When did this happen? I don't know.
It's okay. It's okay. You don't need to freak out over new media. This is the way it's always been for over 100 years. People wigged out over the telephone. Then it went from radio to TV, AM to FM. Usually old technology gives way slowly to new technology.
Oh, yeah. You know, thanks for reminding me, Boy Wonder. Our media is constantly changing, and that's okay.
Yeah, because one thing always remains the same.
The song?
No. The one thing that always remains the same is the content.
Oh, I thought you were going to do a little Led Zeppelin there on me.
Close.
You know who they are, right?
I'm aware.
Well, all these new media distractions mean we have to focus on media fundamentals now more than ever. So what are those fundamentals, Jake?
Well, it's remembering that customers are only interested in the things that matter to them. They don't really care about me.
Yeah, it's only when your message intersects with their life and connects with them on a personal level.
Yeah, it's more than just saying that content matters. It's creating content that actually matters.
You have to understand your audience. You have to offer something valuable and then make them care even if they don't. You look for that emotional angle.
Yeah, basically find yourself a video marketing company, tell your story, and be customer focused and competitively aware.
Oh, and have some fun. Take some risks. Every now and then, surprise people along the way.
Like that?
Yeah, kind of like that.
How is everyone feeling? How is everybody feeling? I heard that one. Well, we're coming along very well, and I hope you're taking notes, writing down your questions. I have 2 question people that will take your sheet of paper if you have a question written on it. If they could just stand at the side and wave their hand maybe. Wave your hand if you're the person taking people's questions. Yes, so if you have written down a question, find those 2 beautiful women to the side. You can hand them your question, and hopefully at the end we can answer your question during the Q&A. The next person that I want to introduce to you all was actually born in Cuba and grew up in Cuba. And as he told the Vision Africa staff recently, he spent some time in Morocco, so he's no stranger to the African continent. But this is actually his first time in Nigeria. This man was born of missionary parents in Cuba, like I said, and initiated his 60-year-old media career as a Spanish radio presenter and announcer. He served for 2 years in educational television in Colombia, South America, and worked for 20 years as a news producer for the Christian Broadcasting Network. He founded and produced the weekly TV news programs Christian World News and Mundo Cristiano. He is the founder and the CEO of the Global News Alliance. which distributes video reports of God's work all over the globe. He has a Bachelor of Arts in Spanish from San Jose State University, a graduate certificate from Multnomah School of the Bible, and a master's in communication from Regent University. He is here to talk to you today about video storytelling. I introduce to some and present to others Mr. Stan Jeter.
Hello, everybody. It's good to see you this afternoon. And I hope you're enjoying the training. I am learning things about social media and leadership that I want to retain and implement. You're never too old to learn. I've got some goodies here that I want to show you because my objective today is to get you to love telling stories, telling video stories with your smartphone. Now, I brought my smartphone along, and here it is. It's encased in a little holder, which helps me to hold the video, to hold the smartphone steadily, get a steady shot. Steady shots are very, very important. And my background, recent background for the last 30 years or so has been news. So I'm going to speak from a news perspective. I did, with the help of some friends, create what we call the Global News Alliance, which is an online platform for sharing reports, video reports, of what God is doing around the world. So a broadcaster in Germany can show a story of what God is doing in Zambia or right here in Nigeria, or a broadcaster in Taiwan can show a story of what God is doing in some country of Latin America and all over the world. We're connecting the world, and especially the church, but we're connecting everybody to the amazing stories. These are people's stories. These are stories that make a difference. There are not, here's the problem. There are not enough reporters to get all the stories that need to be told. So what do? We create reporters. We train you to be a reporter. And that's my goal as well. And I know that Bishop Sunday is excited about the idea that there will be many people here in Nigeria, in this part of Nigeria, who are very good storytellers, who can do reports that we can share with the rest of the world on the Global News Alliance. So I want to get you excited today about using your smartphone. Okay, so mastering the smartphone. I have the clicker up here. There we go. Okay, back one. Oh, this is forward. Okay, here we go. New technology. Global News Alliance, our slogan is fresh stories every week of God at work around the world. And you can find us on the web. We have our website broke, so we've got a temporary site up there at GNA, for Global News Alliance, GNA.news. And you can go there, see our stories, even today. So this is what the website looks like. We have stories from different parts of the world that you can see there. You can, the little icons of different stories. If you click on the story, you can watch. They're generally about 1.5 minutes to 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes in length. Just the right length to drop into a news program or a talk show on television or a magazine format program. So these are ideal to be used by broadcasters in different parts of the world. Now let me, this is a representation of the places where, in the world, where our stories are used. So again, if you produce a good story here in this part of Nigeria, and we accept it and put it up on the GNA platform, it could be used by someone down in Argentina, in South America, or Costa Rica and Central America, United States, Canada, different parts of the world, and this number is growing all the time. So, back to the subject of, there we go. A little bit of my past. These are my colleagues at the Christian Broadcasting Network. This was a studio where we had our news programs produced. And there we go. Okay, you remember Moses in the Bible. Moses was called by God to go and deliver his people from Egypt. And Moses was hesitant, and he said, well, I don't speak very well, and he had a lot of excuses. And so God finally said to him, look, what do you have in your hand? And he said, a rod. And the Bible story says that he threw the rod, God asked him to throw the rod on the ground, it became a snake, a miracle. A simple stick became a miracle. And then he picked it up, became a rod again, and God sent him to Egypt with the rod, and with the rod, he brought the plagues on Egypt, and then he delivered the people. He opened the Red Sea. God did it, of course, but he used Moses with the rod to open the Red Sea so they could walk across in dry land. He struck a rock with the rod when they were running out of water, and they had water to drink. Miracle after miracle, because Moses used what God put in his hand. So my question to you today, I keep losing this clicker here. My message, my question for you today is, what do you have in your hand? Could I see them? Okay, hold them up. Hold them up. I want to see them. Woo. I know there are more than that. Some of you have 2 smartphones, right? Do any of you have 3? Okay, so the Lord tells us, what do you have in your hand? And we say a smartphone. Okay, can God use that? I think he can use it even more than he used the stick in Moses' hand. And one of the ways, this is what I want to talk about today, one of the ways of using that is to tell stories. Stories that matter. Story about transformed lives. Stories about people going out and helping disadvantaged people. Visiting hospitals. Digging wells where there's no water. And teaching people how to cultivate food, take care of themselves, start a business, whatever. When we're helping other people, those are good stories. And there are a lot of stories. I've been hearing some of the stories here of Vision Africa and all the things that you are doing. Those are great stories. Great stories. And they don't have to be big deal stories. They can be fairly simple stories. And you can make a beautiful story even out of a simple story of what one person does. So, I want to give you some tips on how to handle your smartphone. Okay, I've got mine in this little block thing here, but you've got yours in your hand. So the first thing, when you're about to shoot, these are the things to remember. Number 1, and I've got these on a tips card. I've got a few left. If after the session you want one and you didn't get one before, I'll be happy to give it to you. And also, we will have it online in a matter of a couple of 3 weeks. So the first tip, make sure that you have a clean lens, make sure that your battery is charged, and make sure that you have enough memory in your phone. You don't want to be out there shooting something and then you run out of memory. Okay, when you're ready to shoot, I recommend that you activate your airplane mode. Now, even if you haven't gone on a plane, this is an important trick to know. Because if you're out there filming something, say you're interviewing somebody, you want to get what they say, and all of a sudden a phone call comes in, it's interrupted your session. Or somebody dings you, a message is coming in, ding, ding. You don't want that to happen. So activate airplane mode. And this is very important for news. This is what we need for the Global News Alliance. We need the phone to be held horizontally. Now, Maddie was just saying you can do vertically for certain media, social media, but if you want it to go on television, you need to do it this way. Why? Because this is the proportion of the television screen. If you shoot it vertically and you put it on television, it leaves some blank space on either side because it doesn't fit properly. So shoot horizontally. Make sure that, this is number 3, make sure that you have your light behind you. Don't shoot into the light. Say you're in a room, you've got a bright window, you don't want to shoot against the window because it'll change your exposure, and if you're trying to interview someone in front of a bright window, the person will go completely silhouette. You won't see their face, you won't see their expressions. So turn around, take advantage of the window light, but interview the person with the light in their face, okay? So the easy way to say that is make sure the light is coming from behind you. That's number 3. Number 4, use a microphone. Now if you really get serious about this, you can buy a microphone to attach to your phone. This is, I've got it all bundled up here, but here's a lapel mic. It's got a 3-meter cable, and that means I can attach it to somebody's lapel and get nice, clean audio and hook it into my phone. But you don't absolutely need to have this. You can just get close. So I've done stories, complete stories with just my smartphone, and the interviews, I just get close, like within 1 meter distance, so that the audio from the person speaking is very clear. Another thing is, don't do your interviews in a noisy environment, because the noise will make it very hard to understand the audio. So use a microphone or come close. Number 5 is stabilize the phone. Make sure your shots are steady, okay? There are ways to do this. One is to have a little tripod. I have a sample here. This is called a GorillaPod. I don't know where it got its name, but you can attach it, the legs bend, and you can attach it to things. Whoops, that wasn't the right way, but you get the idea. You can actually wrap this around a tree branch, and it holds, or you can put it on the back of a chair. And so with a little attachment, you place your phone on this, and then you have a steady little tripod to do an interview, for example. I keep saying interviews, they're important, but there are other shots that are important as well. Otherwise, you don't have this, just hold. Here's one trick. Take your phone and see, now you're seeing how thank you for advancing this for me. I'm just not getting it quite right. So there you see it, the smartphone around a tree branch with the GorillaPod. Okay. So there are other ways. When you're holding your phone, brace your arms against your side. Don't have your arms out like this. Your body then acts a little bit like a tripod. Or lean against a wall, brace yourself against a car. Just use something to stabilize the phone and hold the phone as steady as you can. If you have shaky video, it's usually not going to work, and you'll waste your shot, okay? The slide that's up on the screen now is about framing your shot, and one thing that we talk about a lot in composition, how you compose your picture, how you frame it, is very important. It either makes it a boring or even an ugly shot if you do it wrong, or it can make it a beautiful shot if you do it right. And the rule of thirds, Jeff is going to explain it in a session later on a little bit, I think, right? He's going to talk about composition quite a bit, but real quickly, a rule of thirds is you divide your screen, and some of you with Androids, you have a little adjustment you can make, and these lines can actually show up on the screen. So you have 2 vertical lines, 2 horizontal lines, and equally spaced. And where the lines intersect, those are the points where you want to place your main content. In an interview, kind of like this guy, he's actually a little bit off to the side, you want to put put his face, put his eyes right about where that intersection is. So you'll hear a lot more about framing the shot later. And I'm going to skip the next one. This is the automatic exposure and automatic focus lock. It also helps to keep a nice, steady, visually steady shot without fluctuations of light and things. I encourage you to take a minimum of 5 to 10 seconds of every shot. Okay, you're shooting to later edit and put things together. When you edit, you want to have enough video for every shot. So maybe you want to make it longer, maybe you want to make it shorter, but make sure you have 5 to 10 seconds of every shot. And finally, when you need to get close to something, your temptation is to take your fingers and zoom the lens this way, right? You zoom with your fingers. I discourage that. I think it's better for better quality video, zoom with your feet. In other words, get close to what you want to show. So instead of standing back here and trying a long zoom, just get closer. Okay, zoom with your feet. And, well, actually, this is the final one. 3 basic shots that you always want to remember. It gives you variety. It allows you to establish the story better. Wide, medium, and close-up or detail shots. So a wide shot, you may have seen me over here. Well, maybe you didn't. I've been shooting this event a little bit, and so has Jeff. And I stood outside the front. I took a wide shot of the tent. Then I took a medium shot of somebody signing in. And then I haven't taken many close-up shots because I don't want to disturb the session too much. But those are the 3 basic shots. You know, I stood over there. I took a wide shot of the whole interior here, and then kind of a medium shot of a section. The thing about it is you can do a sequence of shots that helps you to tell your story. The wide shot gives you the perspective, the surrounding, you know, this is the, what's the word? Basically the perspective, what's going on. You get the wide view. And then you come in closer and you see a group of people or you see several things together, and then you get real close and you can see the action. So sometimes the action might be just somebody doing something with their hands, a mechanic using a wrench or whatever. It might be something that's a detail shot. And you can string these together in a sequence. You have, as you are talking about what's going on, you can be illustrating every part of the story. So, actually, I'm through early. Yes. Okay, I think that was the last of my slides, actually. I'll be back tomorrow and talk a little bit more about how to actually make your story, not just handling the smartphone, but how to make your story. And again, you can learn a lot of this online. YouTube has a lot of tutorials. Different programs have tutorials. I encourage you to go online. I encourage you to take it seriously. Anybody can be a smartphone reporter. You can be a smartphone reporter for your church. You can be a smartphone reporter for a ministry like this or for an organization that you work with. It always helps to be able to tell stories visually that make sense. So we'll talk about other storytelling elements later, including a little bit about editing. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a good afternoon.
I love clapping for people and showing people my appreciation. So let's go ahead and just give a for our first-time guest. So we've reached the end of our second session. This break is not going to be as long as the last break. So if you just want to stand up, stretch, and then just sit back down, it will probably be about 5 minutes. Don't go too far. Our special guest is coming as well. And you'll also be served, so I would suggest to just stay seated so you can get what's coming to you. It's a nice treat. Some people here said they were hungry, so we're solving problems. If you leave from your seat and you don't get food, don't come to me and be sad.
Ladies and gentlemen, join those hands together for Kama Chukwemeka Si.
This song is dedicated to everyone who has lost somebody there today. Every night in my dream, I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on. For across the distance and spaces between us, you have come to show you. Go on. Just one time and last for a lifetime and never let go till we're gone. Love was when I loved you one true time. I hold you in my life. Will always
gentlemen,
My heart will go on and on.
make some noise!
Can we put those hands together as I bring up to the podium Adibe Merit. Wow!
Are you ready? This is a celebration song. I know you can do this, so we take it this way. Come on. Let's go. On the left, on the right.
Rule it, where my gobosi,
Eunanawa, hele devia shanda la la, shevuli del, wela manyamusa, subano mon, Unyanawa mojile, baby guys, yombana mokonti, Uyanawa, hey, takile, makare, who says a space, who's in chocolate, baby city, Uyanawa listen, baby city, angela shade pulilele, where my compass, pulilele, yagalumona, pulilele, where my compass, pulilele, yagalumona, when I'm a good person, hey, when no more, go by one eye, unenzo, so, yo, good person, hey, when no more, we are to go on, baby guys, young but no more country. We are now, hey, Jackie ladies, my heart, who says your space, who's in chocolate, you're turning the light on, baby city, we are now be so, baby city, I can't say it's time for celebration. When I go back, when I go
All right, next song now. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Okafor Stephanie.
If I should stay, I will only be your way. So I'll go, but I'll think of you every step of the way. And I will always love you. I will always love you. You, my darling, you bittersweet memories. That is all I'm saying with me. So goodbye. Please don't cry. We both know I'm not what you need. And will always love you. I will always love life treats you and I hope you have all dreamed of, and I'm wishing you joy and happiness. But above all this, I wish you good darling, I love you. I will always love you.
What a voice.
And the people here, maybe because Vision Africa has already paid for it. But normally people pay for such events, right? So when they pay, they want to see a performance. They don't want to hear a radio program. Okay, Umar, are you ready to hear the results tonight? You're sure you're ready? Okay, so we'll roll from bottom to top. Okay. On number 10 tonight, on number 10, we have contestant number 9. Let's put our hands together for contestant number 9. Obia Kingsley. On number 10. On number 9, we have contestant number 8, Maduako Favor. On number 8, we have contestant number 7, Egbendu Nick. On number 7 tonight, we have contestant number 4, Eze Elijah. On the 6th position tonight, we have contestant number 3, Favor George. On the 5th position, we're going to the top now. On the 5th position, we have contestant number 1, Opara Chimobi. On the 4th position tonight, we have contestant number 2, Ezekiel Joseph. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the last 3. If you have mentioned your number, step back a little bit. Let's have those who are remaining. Can you step forward? Step forward, please. Not you now. On number 3 position tonight is contestant number 10, Adiba Merit. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 people left. On number 2, you have, if I mention to you know who was, so let me announce one. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your winner tonight is contestant number 6. They don't know. They don't know. Somebody say, yeah. Somebody say, yeah. Somebody say, yeah. Oh, shit. Let's go. All right, step back. Step back. Step back. Somebody say, gay. That's right. Let me hear you.
your seats except the contestant. Every other person, please return to your seats. We want to have only the contestants upstage. Every other person, please return to your seat, apart from the contestants and the judges and the bishop. Every other person, please return to your seats. Every other person, return to your seats. We want only the contestants and the judges, including staff of Vision Africa Radio. I don't want to see you upstage. Please return to your seats. We want some measure of decorum here. Staff of Vision Africa Radio, please return to your seats. Wanyoma, Amibo, everybody please go down. We don't want to see you upstage. Let's have some measure of decorum. Uncle C, please help us go down. Every other person, please, some measure of decorum. Thank you very much. The Reverend Minister, please go down. We don't want to see any other person upstage. Thank you very much. I want to say a big, big thanks to the judges. I want to say God bless you. Let me tell you. It's not easy to judge in this capacity and to judge correctly. It is very, very possible and very easy to be influenced, especially with the crowd and with some of us who come up stage and hail some people. But I just love your tenacity. I love the fact that you're purpose-driven. I love the fact that you refused to be swayed. You worked by the rules and you gave us the best. Ladies and gentlemen, join me appreciate these judges. Join me put those hands together for them. Thank you so much. The Lord bless you for doing a great job. You may have your brothers and sisters here, but you did not walk by sight. You walked by what you know. Thank you again and again. And we want to present the awards at the
here that they met them. And for the contestants, yes, they came to Vision Africa to perform. I didn't have any meetings with them except when I saw them here in the morning. I was wondering, who are these people? And I was told they are contestants. So we've tried as much as possible. This thing want to be transparent and to prepare these people for greater tomorrow. Let me remind us, there are people who have come second and third, who because of the kind of music they presented, are being showcased outside of this country. And so the good thing is that we have showcased you at the stage. You never can tell that somebody somewhere will reach out to say, we want him or her. So congratulations. So we invite all of you to come forward and line up to receive this medal because you are all winners. You are all winners.
Let me take it out from this point. Contestants, number 10, Adibe Marys, please step forward for your medal. Favor came 9th. Obian Kingsley came 10th. Favor Church, number 6th position. Favor Church. Congratulations. Opera Chimobi, number 5th. Number 5. Opera Chimobi, congratulations. Ezekiel Joseph. Congratulations with time. Congratulations with time.
Okay, please just hold on, please. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are called as a nation to build. We are called as a people to build people. And for these 25 years, Vision Africa has been building men and women. And yes,
Your time is up.
all right.
A round of applause for the Metropolitan Choir, please. Is anybody else in that is Metro? There is a God has preserved. Just a reminder to you that God will never.
As I bring up to the podium, Adibe Merit.
Are you ready? This is a celebration song. I know you can do this, so we take it this way. Come on. Let's go. On the right. On the right.
Ruling where my gobosi. Eu não há. Ele deve achar da la ruling where la mangamusa. Subano mon onyana wa mototile. Baby guys, young but no more country. Uyana wa hey tafile this night. My heart, who says a space? Who's in chocolate? You're turning the light on. Baby city, Uyana wa listen. Baby city, Angela shade bulilele. Where my focus, bulilele. Yagalumona, bulilele. Where my focus, bulilele. Yagalumona, when I'm a good person. Hey, when no more, no power, unenzo so try yo 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 bless hey when no more hey we are to go on baby guys young but no more country we are now hey tiny ladies my heart who says a space who's in chocolate you're turning the light on baby city we are now be so baby city I can't say fooling me where my purpose fooling me yeah hello fooling me where my purpose fooling me fooling me where my purpose it means open the gate. It means open the gate. It's time for celebration. Where my goes, fooling me. Where my goes, fooling me.
All right. Next song now.
Original song, Let's Build Together. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking too much of your time, if your hands are not busy, put those hands together as I bring on stage contestant number 7. If the DJ is ready, I'm ready. Let's make welcome a Bado Nick. Everybody come, let us build. Let's make our world a better place. There is a battle that we fight. Everybody, come on, come on. There is a battle that we fight. Everybody, come on, come on. This is our world. Here is a battle. We all are one.
up the next contestant on the lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, join me, put those hands together as I bring up to the stage Kama Chukwemeka K.
Nigeria, how are you doing this evening? Woo! Let me teach us something in Yoruba. It means no place like home. Say with me. Ajodabile, ile, ile, Ajodabile, ile, ile. Let me guys say. One more time. One more time. Come on. Yeah. We can go.
All right, Nigeria. It's the dawn of an era. No more slumber. Yeah. Let us build together. Come on, come on. Listen, bad man, they want to use our hate. But no more slumber, yeah. Let us build Nigeria. See, the labor of our heroes long gone shall never, never be in vain. I say the labor of our heroes long gone shall never, never be in vain. Ajodabile, ile, ile, Ajodabile, ile. It's your turn to the council. Hey. Ile, let's build Nigeria. Woo. Now let me take you to the bridge. Listen very carefully. See. With love and unity, peace and tranquility, we will build Nigeria. Daddy Bishop, see. With love and unity, peace and tranquility, we will build Nigeria. Ajodabile, ile, put your hands together, come on. Ajodabile, ile, ile, everybody. Hey. Ile, ile. One more time. One more time. Ile, 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 ile. Ajodabile. Let's build Nigeria. Peace.
We're building for Nigeria, for all the children who died from malaria. A country with no barriers, no barrier. Whether you're in Ishigate or you're in Bariga, that's where we're building from. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring on stage the next contestant. Ladies and gentlemen, next.
Let's build together. We are the ones to make the difference. Yeah. United we stand, divided we fall. Let's build together. Yeah. Listen, whether you black or white, you come from east or west, whether from north or south, it makes no difference. Whether you black or white, you come from east or west, whether from north or south, it makes no difference. Listen, because we are one in the sight of Jireh, beautifully made and wonderfully made.
We are one in the sight of Jireh, beautifully made and wonderfully made. So may we forget spites and grudges and concentrates. Come on, let us sit, may we try to relate. We need discipline, tolerance, and production. Build a better and a better nation. Help me touch and never tell your neighbor, say we are one. Say we are one. I wanna hear you say we are one. Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And I'll call to the stage Bishop Dr. Sunday Onoha.
gọziri obodo Chukwu ga-abịa bụ obodo ahịa na ọrụ aka seti mbụ ekele anyị ga-arụsi ọrụ ike ịbụ ndị mbụ abịa gadị ugwu ebebere ugobere igwe bụ ike Chukwu gọzie abịa.
Please, you may be seated, and we are glad to inform us that our able governor, my brother and my friend, Dr. Alex Oti, is here present in his, and he's ably and perfectly represented by his deputy, Dr. Engineer Emetu. We are glad you're here, sir. Please put your hands together for our governor choosing a very young, dynamic, fresh-looking, handsome young man. We are glad you are here. Please put your hands together. You know, just a few days ago, his wife, a beautiful woman, very, very beautiful, represented the governor here in this place about 3 days ago in our debate annual award. And so we are, on Friday, we are really grateful to my brother and friend. And at some point, we will also introduce to you all the delegates that came from Abuja, from the National Broadcasting Commission, who are here. And here at this auditorium are radio station managers and the television managers and media gurus, including students from various universities in this part of the world who are here to be part of this 10th, it was the debate that was 12th, this 10th Annual Media Institute. And we have scholars and professors from local and international speakers who are here. So, Your Excellency, my brother, Engineer Metu, we're glad you are here. I will get off the stage so that the two speakers will be introduced and you will enjoy a little of how much we have been enjoying since morning. Jane Onoha, the MC.
I hope the food was good. So far, we've set the foundation to what a story is and what it means to connect with your audience and the responsibility that has on us as information holders to give out that audience to the people that are connecting with us. I will call someone back onto the stage. This next presentation, the title is The Power of Personal Brand. How can you brand yourself? How can you market yourself in the economy, in the atmosphere, so you're enticing, so you outbeat your competitors? I am going to reintroduce to some, present to others again, Miss Maddie Wilson from Texas.
Okay, welcome back. How's everyone feeling? Good? I'm gonna shrink this a little bit to, like you said, match my size. Just drop it a little bit. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So I've had a bit of a theme with my presentations, if you can remember the titles. The first one was the power of connection and building meaningful relationships on social media. The second one was the power of social media strategy, a little bit of a deep dive into how to plan ahead so that you can create a roadmap for your success. And now, like Jane said, we're going to talk about the power of a personal brand. And I want to focus on how to tell your story and how you present that story and how that all matters. So first, I want to ask a favor of all of you today. I would love for you to think of 3 things about you that you're proud to be known for. So maybe it's that you're a good friend, or maybe it's that you're a good mother, or maybe it's that you are creative. Maybe it's that you love to drink tea, and that's something you're known for. It doesn't need to be anything too exuberant, but think of 3 things that you are proud to be known for that you would say, oh, that identifies me. Just think them down, think them through, write them down if you have a chance, because I'm going to come back to that in a bit. Whatever those 3 things are, I just want you to hold them in your brain and think about this intriguing fact that in today's digital age, more people, regular people like me, are making money online, and it's thousands and hundreds of thousands of people are doing that, and it's because they're harnessing the power of their own unique story, and they're sharing that with the world in a way that resonates. And so we talked about connection and community online. It's owning your unique story and how you can share that. So I know that we've already been introduced, and like I said, my Igbo name is Mma. So that's one thing that I'm proud to be known for. I'll share 2 other things with you. I love nature and the outdoors. A lot of my husband and I, our brand is creating outdoor content in kind of adventurous places. So hence this photo of me that is very non-traditional headshot is showing me doing what I love and what I'm known for. Another thing is that I love people, and I love other people's stories. I love being able to use my creative gifts to capture those stories and share those stories with the world. So those are 3 things about me that might inspire you or might connect with you. I hope that they do. Now, I'm not saying that to brag about myself. Why does that matter? It matters because normal, everyday people, again, I want to stress that, can create lives for themselves online, can make money online using your story in an engaging and an impactful way. I've made a business out of the things that I love, and sharing those loves with others in a way that can help me, and I feel like I'm fulfilling my purpose, and I would love nothing more than to help you all do the same. So what exactly is a personal brand? You might be wondering, because it's, brand is kind of a buzzword, but a personal brand is using your story powerfully to connect with others and using your authentic story. We talked a little bit in one of my previous presentations about how your audience is smart. They will know if you're being honest with them very quickly. So identifying those key things that make you stand out, we're all unique, harnessing those, engaging storytelling tactics, and understanding how you can connect with an audience about your specific story. That is personal branding. Now, when it comes to shaping a personal brand, a few core components play a really important role. And so I want to talk about those components just briefly here today. They are your values, primarily, your mission, your unique skills and expertise, and your personality. So that all those things combined create kind of the secret sauce of you that you can share with the world and resonate with people with. Values are the guiding principles, those beliefs, those core beliefs, those ethics that you as a person stand behind. They inform all of your daily decisions, and they can inform how you show up online as well. If you value, connecting with others, then you're going to show other people on your social media. You're not just going to be posting selfies all the time. You're going to be showing that you're out in the community engaging with people, right? Does that make sense? Cool. I see some head nods. Thank you. I like that. Your mission is, brands and businesses typically have a mission statement, and you can have a mission statement as a person as well. You can think about and sit there with your values and think about what's really important to you and come up with a mission statement for yourself. And that mission statement should then inform all of your online presence. That mission statement can articulate your overarching goals, what you dream to do, and the success you're after. And articulating that first with yourself before you start talking online is going to really create a cohesive messaging system for you to use for yourself. Third is your unique skills and expertise. Each of us have something special that we're passionate about. Maybe you've trained really hard at something. In my last presentation, I had talked about being a pottery maker and using that social media platform to build your pottery making business. Maybe you're just really gifted in that way, and that's your thing. Whatever your thing is, use that unique skill and that expertise to inform and create that unique story about yourself. We all have something. So even if I see some head nods, and so you all have something that makes you special. Yes, yeah, especially you in the back. And finally, your personality. So each of us has a different personality. You might be really boisterous and fun, and you like to dance, or you might be really serious, and you talk about serious topics, and you're really passionate about politics and social justice. You don't need to fake it. Whatever it is that you're passionate about, harness that power, use that in your messaging. People are going to be drawn to you, especially if you are doing it with joy, like Chuck talked about earlier. Doing it from a place of joy, it's going to come through. So, the benefits, because you might be wondering, okay, that sounds nice, but what's in it for me? Human nature, that's the way we work. Building a strong personal brand can help you tremendously in your personal life if you're wanting to connect with people through social media, online, interpersonally, like we discussed earlier, or professionally and in your career. So It really increases credibility and trust among your audience, I say your audience if you're just someone on there using it personally, your group of followers or your friends. It enhances your credibility and establishes you as an authority in whatever field you're presenting yourself in. It enables you to demonstrate a higher level of expertise. When someone sees you posting a lot about a certain topic, they're going to then associate you as somewhat of an expert if you can back up what you're saying. You can't be just saying you're an expert and then you don't have the knowledge to back it up. But if you keep feeding that audience that information, that talent that you have, they're going to associate that with you and your brand. Next is expanded network and opportunities. This is a really big one. I think about the opportunity that it is for myself to be here with you all today, speaking about these things that I love and that I'm passionate about. That opportunity came from some other work and some other photography stuff from our business that we got to do. And so we've taken advantage of this opportunity to be here today and just add to our list of experience. It's really, really awesome for us to be here speaking with you today. And so that comes from having that strong personal brand that I've created and my husband and I've created together. Also, your personal brand serves as a magnet almost. If it's done well, you draw in the people who are interested in the same things as you, are passionate about the same things as you. So if you're doing all those social media tactics and have a strategy like we talked about earlier, and you are going about it in a personal way, an authentic way, you're going to make connections where people want to put you in rooms with people who are making decisions on certain opportunities. You're going to put yourself in position to become a thought leader, or you're going to put yourself in position to make a bigger impact because of those connections that you're making online. So it translates offline as well. And last, increased impact. This is a big one because we are only one person, right? And we are born and made for community. And so if you are having a strong personal brand and you're on social media and people are drawn to what you are talking about and engaging with, it just amplifies your impact. Now that can be good and bad. If you are on there and you're trying to persuade people to do something that, we talked about fake news earlier, hate speech. If you're trying to disturb the peace, that can also be very powerful. And so you want to be mindful of what you're saying, and you want to be intentional about what you're saying. You want to work from your heart and your soul and that place of joy, like Chuck said. I want to talk about someone really special as an example of this. Who here is familiar with, and I'm going to try to get her name correct, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie? Anyone? So I thought you might know her. She is a renowned Nigerian author and icon, global icon, whose personal brand is both influential and highly impactful. I want to give you a brief analysis of what I think of when I look at her personal brand and why I think it's important. Number one, she is unapologetically authentic. Her personal brand is built on just fearlessly expressing her views, staying true to herself and her values. Her books are full of that. Her speeches are full of that. She's had a TED Talk that's been somewhat controversial, and she just is unapologetic about her views. And that draws people in because maybe someone feels the same way, but they're a little timid. They're afraid to voice their opinion. They haven't been encouraged in the same way to be, able to use their voice. So it's attractive because she's bold and she's unapologetically enthusiastic about sharing those views. Number two, she is a renowned artist. Chimamanda Ngozi's personal brand is deeply rooted in her intelligence and her literary excellence. That's what she's known for. That's her job. But that's not all she talks about. So people are drawn in and then they might find her work, or maybe they find her work and then they're drawn in by her authenticity. So you can see how that feeds in on each other. Number three, she is very passionate about advocacy. She's a prominent advocate for gender equality, and she has become, through her authenticity, a symbol of this to many people around the world, across gender, across race, across country, across location. While some might consider her controversial, she has continued to stay true to her beliefs and become a powerful advocate for social justice and change. Next, she is a proponent and a celebrant of African culture. She provides a platform to discuss diverse narratives, and she really highlights the complexities and nuances of Nigerian culture and African culture. I feel like I've learned so much about her and Nigeria, and just from listening to her, she's expanded my horizons. And I know a lot of people, I think she has 1.7 million followers, seem to feel the same way. She's constantly challenging stereotypes and fostering a deeper understanding and an acceptance of African culture. And I think she creates a safe space for you to celebrate that and ask questions and get a flavor of all the color and beauty that comes from this continent. She is also finally very personal. So mixed in with all of this very serious, important work that she does is she'll often show her old photos from when she was growing up and talk about her family and talk about tradition and talk about stories from her family or events that she's been to, and showing off her fashion and things that she just personally enjoys. And I think that takes her from this very supreme, almost out of touch because she's so intelligent and so good at her job. It brings her back down and makes her relatable, understandable. You want to get to know her. You want to have lunch with her. You want to go shopping with her. She feels very real, which is how you know you've mastered that personal brand. The focus and attention on communicating all of these different elements is really what her audience is looking for. They don't come to her just because she's an author or just because she's a speaker or just because she's a social advocate. They come to her for her, and she's done a very good job at doing that. So this is also a common theme through my presentations. I want to leave you some practical tips that you can walk out of here today and maybe put into place and better your personal brand immediately. So here are some of those actionable steps. Number one is define your value. We all have value. Even if you don't want to brand yourself online, you still have value. But the key to having a successful personal brand is identifying that very clearly. What do you have to add to the world? How can you use your talents and your gifts to help make this place a better world for everyone? You can identify your strengths, your passions. You can think back to those 3 things that you jotted down at the beginning of this presentation that make you special and you're proud of. Start there. Then you want to start building your presence. If you aren't already on social media, I would suggest just picking one platform. One of the mistakes I see a lot of brands and people make is they try to do everything all at once, and it's very time consuming. You get frustrated, maybe you just feel overwhelmed, and then you stop. I think the best is just to pick one that you really like, that you enjoy spending some time on, learn the platform, see how you can put your story out there to the world on one platform. Then you want to share consistently. Doesn't mean that you, remember when we talked about tactics and how they don't really work without a strategy? So pick a time that would work for you to post and decide to post every week at that one time. If you think you can post more, but commit to 1 day a week, commit to showing up, be consistent, and see where it takes you. Number 3 is develop thought leadership in your field. So if you are a professional, if you're a business professional and you want to be identified as a leader in your particular field, make sure that you're creating content that provides value in that space. Because we talked about earlier, you know, if you are you love drinking coffee and you want to be known for the being the coffee influencer. Well, that's awesome, but you've got to show coffee all the time. You've got to show yourself out there. You've got to show that you know about coffee. You've got to show about all of that all the time, because the more people see it, the more people associate that with you. It works across everything. Maybe coffee's not your thing. Maybe you, maybe you're a really good public speaker and you want to book speaking arrangements. You need to show yourself out there, getting those speaking gigs. When people tag you, share it, build that authenticity, show up. And then, let's see, what else do I have here? Network and collaborate. So this is really important. It drives home that connection piece that I've been harping on about all day. You really want to make sure that you are leveraging those relationships you're building online and taking them offline where it's appropriate. So if you meet a group of business people and you're really excited about building kind of a community online, maybe if they're all in the same area as you, arrange a meetup. Be that person who coordinates and gets people together. That just establishes more trust, more authenticity, and you kind of rinse and repeat the whole cycle over again. And last but not least, be consistent, be genuine, and be reliable. I say this, I think I mentioned it first, your audience will know if you are being disingenuous. We are all intelligent people and we can sniff that out. You want to be authentic, you want to be on there because you genuinely care about something and you genuinely care about other people, because that's going to come through in your content. Last slide, I think. So building a personal brand is an ongoing process. I want to encourage you guys through this because it can maybe seem a little overwhelming when you're first starting out, or maybe you're already a master at this and I need to take some notes from you. But it's an ongoing process. You really want to drive that consistency. You want to show up, you want to be authentic, and you want to dedicate yourself to that. And I want to leave you with one thought, and if you only take this from today, from all of my sessions, there is only one you. No one can do you better than you can. And that is a story. You have a story worth telling. And I just want to encourage you all to explore that and get creative with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maddie. I know it's not easy coming and teaching 3 times, so thank you so much for that. I now want to introduce to you all and give you the biography of someone that you actually haven't heard speak today yet. This person is a passionate explorer of creative arts in all its domains. She holds a PhD in mass communication with 7 years of experience as a lecturer in the field of mass communication at Abia State University, Nigeria. And prior to that, she had 7 years of experience as a seasoned TV and radio presenter at the Broadcasting Corporation of Abia State, just down the street. She has published widely in both local and international journals and has also written short stories and several scripts for the performing arts domain or creative arts. She founded an economic empowerment initiative in 2015 called Friends with Vision Foundation, which supports the less privileged with financial access to start up a small-scale business that can be nurtured to grow, and has supported many widows and orphans to date in this venture. I would like to let's give her a round of applause as she approaches the stage, Dr. Ife Lillian Ojiebe. Don't stop, continue.
Good evening, everybody. I don't know if it's evening or afternoon, but whichever it is. I don't have any peace with me here, sorry. Thank you. I count it a great honor and privilege to be given this opportunity to be here this evening. And I believe there's already existing protocol on ground, so I'm going to get permission to stand on that. Thank you so much to every partner, associate of Vision Africa that has made it possible for me to be given this opportunity this evening. And I want to be talking on a topic that says communication integrity, and I'm looking at the social media platform. When we talk about integrity, it simply means the quality of being honest and possessing strong moral qualities. Integrity means a situation where you always think of others before you take a decision, before you take an action, before you do anything, because you're considering how others will feel. Every society, every community, every organization has one or two things that guides them as ethics, codes, principles, laws, or whatever it is. And most times we get to see people obeying these laws and ethics, these principles, these codes, not really because they want to do it, not really because they have any sense of integrity, but because they don't want to run afoul of these rules, regulations, and codes that guides every organization. And I want to take an overview of the social media. Okay, I want to take an overview of the social media. We all know that the social media is an offshoot of internet technologies. At the inception, social media was simply created. The intention was for people to be able to relate socially with family and friends in a digital space. That was the original intention of the social media. But then, as you know, with internet technologies, we always have advancements, we have improvements from time to time, and today the social media has overshot the boundaries it was originally created for. Beyond being a social platform where people come together to communicate with friends and family, it is now integrating a lot of people all over the world. Remember, years ago, decades ago actually, there was a prophecy that said the world was going to be a global village. We never saw it coming, but today the world is indeed a global village. We are here and we get to hear what's happening all around the world because of the social media. Survey from the Global Overview Report 2023 shows that about 4-point-something billion people around the globe are on the social media. That's to tell you the power of the social media. You will agree with me that the social media today is the digital market space. I like calling it the marketplace. You know what the market is in local parlance. The market is where you go. If you have commodity to sell, you go sell. If you have something you want to buy, you go buy. And then in our traditional societies, especially here in Igbo land, we usually have periodic market days. And those market days, people actually look forward to going to the market because you get to exchange gossip, you get to hear news of things happening in the community that you were not privy to and all that. And that is what the social media has become today. It is the marketplace where deals are bought, deals are struck. Both the buyers, both the sellers, everybody converges today on the social media space. I also want to talk about social media dynamics. The social media, if properly harnessed, like Madi explained in her previous lectures, has numerous benefits. It's very, very beneficial. A lot of things could be harnessed when the social media is put to proper use. Because one, social media has bridged communication gap. It has bridged distance, it has bridged space, it has even bridged sectors differences. Before now, think about it. Can you actually say anything to your governor? Can you say anything to your president? Who will give you the opportunity? Where would you see him? me and you, where will we see them? But today, the social media has given us an opportunity, it has given us a platform whereby if you are online on any of the spaces, and possibly the governor or any personality in the political class or whatever class it is makes a statement you don't like, you actually go under his statement and say your mind the way you want to say it. So that is one of the greatest values of the social media it has given us today. So the social media has brought to us what I think the strongest part of social media has is that it has conferred on hitherto passive consumers of media content the power to become media content creators. Before the advent of the social media, when we're talking about the traditional media, talking about television, radio, and newspaper, anything that was going to go to the public, any information that was going to go to the public was like a right. It was in the circle of the traditional media. They put out what they want to put out. And we know that the media sets agenda for the society. So whatever the traditional media puts out, that is what we take. We don't have a say. We just consume whatever it is they give us. Hook, line, and sinker. But then the social media came with a bang. I call it a bang. Because today, every single person has been turned into a mass communicator. With or without the training, you have the power to actually reach tens of thousands. Okay, I'm talking about billions here, not tens of thousands. Billions of people in a matter of seconds. From the comfort of your bedroom, even while sitting on the toilet seat, you can just post something and in a few seconds it goes viral and boom, you are an overnight celebrity, a sensation. So the social media has also made celebrities of a lot of people. I want to talk about social media communication. Thank you. Social media communication in ordinary terms simply refers to anyone who has access to the social media, posts content in any form. It could be memes, it could be skits, it could be photographs, it could be stories, it could be live videos, it could be live streams, whatever it is, that is social media communication. And because the social media has granted each and every one of us the power to say what we want to say, we can see a lot of talent that people never knew they had coming to the fore today. It has given us a platform. It has given practically, especially the youth. Go down TikTok streets, for example, and see amazing things people are doing. Of course, we all know that the social media has its bad aspects, but like Maddie said, sometimes we focus on the positives. See the amazing content that young people are creating that gets viral in a matter of seconds. This can be credited to the coming of the social media, from YouTube to WhatsApp and every other one. And then I want to talk about the reasons why people rely on the social media, because we must say the truth. Today, a greater percentage of the populace, of the public, rely on the social media for their information, for education, for inspiration, for entertainment, for practically everything. And then the question begging an answer is why. The other day I was talking with my colleague in school, and I think his area of specialization is newspaper, and he was like, nobody buys newspapers any longer. And I said the reason why people rely so much on the social media, even though the traditional media was there before social media, is one, the traditional media actually caused these problems themselves. I say it and I say it boldly. Because over time, we have seen the traditional media as tools of propaganda for the government. That's the truth. I was in the media some years ago, and I remember vividly, I'm sorry to say this, but this is an educational platform, so I'm sure I'm free to say it. It's nothing bad anyways. I was a presenter and I had programs. I was packaging for my station, And then sometimes you call very good guests that you know are going to give you what you want on your program. But then the traditional media, the bureaucracy in it, cut short that program because they do not like the guest. Possibly he's of the opposition. That's the reality on ground. So because of this, over time, people lost faith in the traditional media. So when the social media came up with the bang, of course, everybody packed their bags and headed off to the social media. And now when you look at the traditional media, their streets are deserted. So much I actually feel for them. Another reason why the social media is dependent upon heavily is because of the opportunity it gave for instantaneous relay of events. We have so many times seen situations whereby something happens in real time. There are people there who actually saw what happened, but when the traditional media is reporting that same event, they twist it, they turn it. So much you begin to wonder if you were there, possibly an eyewitness, you're saying, is this is not what happened. This is not what happened. But who's going to believe you? Nobody's going to believe you. You can shout, this is not what happens, all you want. It is what we see on the traditional media that we take home. Then the social media came. By the time you go to your traditional media, the TV, the radio, the newspaper, and report what you want to report, somebody that was there is live streaming what is happening. And he is telling the audience directly, forget about what these guys are saying. This is the real deal. And then people turn to it. If this is the real deal, we don't have time for you. That is how the traditional media lost their glory. Another reason for reliance on the social media is because social media can be accessed from handheld devices. Every one of us, everyone, I can authoritatively say, here has one form of smartphone or another in different and varied degrees, of course. And then because it is so easy to access, you are with it everywhere, it made people, you don't have to come back from work to get to know what's happening. If it was before, you have to hurry up and lock up your shop and maybe let go some businesses. If you're a government official, you have to hurry up and maybe close before closing hours because you want to go catch up with what is happening on TV. But not now. Wherever you are, you can catch up. Not just catch up, you can actually do your input and do it confidently because nobody is going to tell you jack. So social media fluidity is a situation whereby the social media makes everybody, I said that already, gives everyone who has something to say an opportunity to say it. You don't have to go buy space on traditional media. You know how expensive the traditional media is. If you talk about broadcast, they tell you broadcast is timely. Time is very expensive. 3 minutes gonna cost you an arm and a leg. But now, there are so many offers, data offers everywhere, very cheap. You just go buy your data, possibly 300 naira, and you're already talking to a mass heterogeneous audience that even the traditional media cannot reach. So this fluidity brings me to the major aim of my topic today, which is communicating integrity. Remember the very popular adage that say absolute power corrupts absolutely. That is how I see this power the social media has conferred on us. In all its glory, in all its goodness, it has brought a lot of harm. It has brought a lot of junk. It has brought a lot of misinformation just because we think we know we have the power to say, and so we must say. But that should not be the case. When it comes to traditional media, before any information gets to the public, there has to be some gatekeeping steps. There are reporters here that came to cover this event from the traditional media. You make your reports. You have been here since morning. You saw everything that happened like you are the eyewitness. You wrote down, but you have to take it back to your boss. He has to edit your story. He has to remove 1 or 2 things that he knows is not going to bode well with the public before that information gets to the public. But unfortunately, that's not the situation when it comes to the social media. So the power the social media has conferred on us has made us to be drunk with power. So much that we do not give a hoot what the information we are sharing does to another person. And then I want us to understand that when it comes to communication, communication is actually for humans. The recipients of every form of communication are humans. And because they are humans, as a communicator, you should, as a matter of necessity, be very, very gracious in your communication. Don't just send anything out because you have the platform. Because you have been made a celebrity overnight and a lot of people depend on you, a lot of people believe in whatever you say, doesn't mean you should take it at face value and begin to spread all kinds of information. I want to use the example of the just concluded JAMB examinations. It was written in May and the results were in April, and then the results were released in May. And within 24 hours, we had about 5, 6, 7 people paraded on the social media as the overall best in JAMB. This one was from the southeast, that one was from the west, this one was from the south, this one was from the north. And of course, the social community, now family will be now. Now everybody was pouring encomiums on this purported overall best candidates. And then I asked the question, how comes we have about 8 people that are overall best? Shade they why me nay. And then in less than 1 week, JAMB came out with an official statement that said that everything that was being paraded on social media was not from the headquarters, it was not from them. In fact, the person they said scored 380, JAMB said that person did not write the exam, the number or exam number is fake and everything. Then we will laugh at these things and look at it at face value, but it puts a very gloomy future for the society. Imagine a situation whereby an organization as credible, prestigious as JAMB have to come out to begin to refute things and say we didn't do this person didn't come from us. If care is not taken, if something is not done fast, we are going to be in a hell of a mess in the future. And it's going to affect every single one of us. Because imagine a situation whereby a press release comes from the state government about something and people rush to it, and in the next 24 hours the state government comes to say, please, this is not us. By then the harm has been done. Society is going to be thrown into an absolute state of anarchy. Please just give me 2 more minutes and I'll be off. So when we talk about the place of integrity in mass communication, it is very crucial because communication is meant to be beneficial to the recipients. It doesn't matter the kind of communication, whether it is to inform, educate, entertain, or whatever. The aim and the end of every communication is for it to be beneficial. So what are you saying to your publics? Are you saying something that will benefit them? We have had situations whereby we wake up and they say this person has died, a celebrity has died, and then the celebrity comes up and says, no, I lie you, see me I dey campaign. It's terrible. We have had situations whereby they say fire got at this place and then we come. So what do we do? These are my recommendations. I'll be off here in a minute or so, please. Thank you. Anything you're putting out, please think of the next person. Remember the injunction in the Bible, do unto others what you want them to do unto you. If you were in their shoes. I see situations whereby there is an accident and people begin to video. Maybe there were some dead bodies. There was one that happened sometime on my way to school. About 8 dead bodies, and it was posted on social media. Imagine the mother of that child seeing it. She could be hypertensive. If she sees her child in that kind of situation, it could cause a heart attack and she could die on the spot. Communicate with integrity. You have to. It is a matter of necessity. And of course, it starts with you and me. Charity, they say, begins at home. I remember practically every other speaker has been talking about professional communicators, but now I'm talking about everybody because the social media has made every one of us professionals. Without any form of training whatsoever, formal or informal, we are communicators communicating to a large audience. So please communicate well. So this symposium, this conference, this training is one of the things that the government must, as a matter of necessity, and relevant media bodies should periodically organize such so that they can educate people to please, whatever it is you're communicating, be careful, because people are going to hear it. And the social media is so heterogeneous. There are young adults there are young children, there are people with every kind of orientation. Some people might see this information, it doesn't mean anything to them. But because we are different, we are dynamic in nature, we are humans, that's what makes us human. Our psychological makeups are different. There is another person that will not be able to handle that communication, so be careful. And another thing is this: the relevant educational ministries, parastatals, whatever, should, as a matter of urgency, begin to inculcate in their curriculum communication teachings and processes. And then as individuals, please learn to communicate with integrity. Thank you.
I don't need to say much after that. Have integrity. I now will call Bishop to the stand.
You see what happens when you are a teacher. You receive your reward here on earth. Let me invite the Director General of NBC to please come forward. He has few comments to make before we invite His Excellency to speak. The Director General, sir.
Well, I think I can see from your faces you are all very happy because of my sister's presentation. Well, I would not like to use this platform in joining issues with her as a regulator, but I would like to make just one or two statements. My dear sister, I think you have succeeded in glamorizing the big monster that is threatening this country. That is the social media platform. If care is not taken, and if NBC has not been doing the right thing, controlling the social media platform, you wouldn't be here talking. It could have been a different story now. We don't allow people to use it for information dissemination. That is why it's called social media. It's just meant for interaction, for social conduct between you and your friends, not for information dissemination. Because information is very, very important. And when you allow somebody who is not professional, you give him the responsibility of disseminating information, and somebody who cannot take responsibility of that information, then you are putting that country in danger. That's why NBC is all out to regulate the conventional media and also the social media. You just don't tell me that somebody in class 1 or class 2 or 3 of secondary school can sit down from the comfort of his room and start writing stories about the governor of Abia State. He has never seen the governor. He has not verified the fact. He doesn't even know how to look after himself. And now you tell me that that boy should be allowed to disseminate information. No, that boy should not be allowed to disseminate information. So there is time. Don't be rushed. Don't be in a hurry. If you want to become a journalist, if you want to become a broadcaster, there are so many schools. She is one of the teachers. Learn the proper way of becoming a broadcaster so that you will be licensed to disseminate information. But social media is a very, very serious problem. Not only to the society, but the children themselves. You find that you have children, 5 or 6 children, and you provide mobile phone to each and every one of the children. You don't have access to where they go. You remain in the comfort of your room, and they remain in the comfort of their room also. Talking to somebody in London, in USA, watching pornography, watching a lot of things which they shouldn't have been allowed to see. So this is the basic, the most important thing, one of the most important things. that is causing problem among our children these days. Unless we address it properly, we should stop glamorizing it. We should stop thinking it's an achievement. Well, of course, we want innovations. We want things, new things to come to our society. But we must not misuse it. Social media platform is of course, is very good. It gives you an opportunity to meet somebody, to make friends, to socialize, to learn new things. But we must use it appropriately. And we should control our children the way they use social media. Otherwise, our society is going to be in a very serious problem. I would like to address this issue with you later, one-on-one, not here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, it's always good to strike some balance. And the reason why we are here and why we have called everybody for conversation is so that everybody will be at the table for conversation. It helps in the societal dynamics where at the table there is an honest conversation. And that is what is happening here. Honest conversation. So that, in summary, what I'm hearing from both of them is that there is a rat trap. And there is fire on the mountain. And unless we do something about it, we'll be in a very bad situation. And it's something that we must do. It is like hot ice cream. Social media is like hot ice cream. I don't know if you've ever seen hot ice cream. So that's the only way I can describe social media. Social media is like hot ice cream. Hot chocolate, eh? Now, may I, in all humility, and I want to sincerely, I think it is important I invite Mr. Achara, come and introduce all the MBC people that are here, so that the governor will know those who came with the DG. It's very, very important. The MBC is your friend, not your enemy.
Thank you, Bishop. Let me stand on existing protocol. Your Excellency, being represented by the Deputy Governor of Abia State, let me first of all introduce my Director General, Malam Balarabe Shehu Ilela, the DG National Broadcasting Commission. I also introduce my colleagues, Mrs. Frank Ayeton, Director of Broadcast Monitoring of MBC. Also with us is Madam Susan Obi, Director of Public Affairs. And we also have our support staff that came with us from Abuja. My name is Achara Onyedi Kachi Matthews. I am the son of the soil. I am from Okobendume, just at the back, or look at my village here. So it's a pleasure to be back home. And I thank everyone who attended this program. It's an exciting one, Media Institute, the 10th edition. Very educative, we've learned a lot, just like my DG said. Yeah, social media is a good innovation, but we should be careful how we use it. We are growing, we get there. We are not the same. This climb is different from the other people, but we will get there. So we'll be very careful with the way we use it. It is good for socializing, to disseminate authentic, on-air information if you are a trained journalist or broadcaster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. I purposely asked him to come and do the intro because is the son of the soil. By tomorrow, I'll give it a try. Yes, Okwaya, may I humbly bring in His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, represented by his deputy, Engineer Emetude, shining, bright, handsome, healthy, good-looking Deputy Governor. Your Excellency, sir.
Please, you can sit down. Good evening, everybody. I want to use this medium to say a very big thank you to Bishop Sunday Ono for what you've been doing. Like looking at this place, you inviting the international community here to train the younger ones in Abia State and outside the state. And I also want to use the same opportunity to send my warm regards to the DG, NBC, Malam Balarabe Shehu, and also extending it to the President Sharing International, Dr. Chuks Polak. I'm very happy being here to celebrate with you all on your 10th edition with the theme, the relevant message in a changing world. You know, coming into politics and all it brings, while Dr. Ojebe was talking concerning the social media, 4 days ago I was just given a fresh name, King Herod, you know. So it shows the power that the social media has. But at the same time, it's both ways. You know, we're trying as much as possible to control the way things happen in the social media, trying as much as possible to educate those that will just have the comfort of 300, 500 naira recharge card, and they'll go online and say whatever it is they will feel like saying. And you already said maybe in their comfort zones, maybe in the farm, they'll just say, man, it's too much of this guy. Let's, you know, bombard him one way or the other. You know, it has its merits and demerits. You know, but it also helps in making sure that we, in the political space, we keep our acts in check. I say, whoever it is that comes to serve and you don't have anything to hide, definitely you shouldn't be scared of the social media. Yeah. We are growing as a people, and to take Abia State, for instance, you find out that 2 days ago, the government of my principal, Dr. Alex Oti, was, we heard that the past government claimed that they left billions of naira and dollars, you know, that we are inheriting. But frankly speaking, we are inheriting over hundreds of billions in liability. You know, so it shows the merits and demerits of the social media. And I really want to thank you once again, my dear Bishop, for making sure that your station Vision Africa is leading that pace. You know, and I want to thank other journalists here who came to get impacted through his institute, and also Mrs. Madi. I really enjoyed the speech here, and the government of Dr. Alex Oti, we are looking for a better way to be able to create that platform where we'll be open to the mass communicators, the journalists, where we can tell them the way things are, both financially and at the administrative end. You know, we really promised a whole lot, and the social media brought us on board. So we are not running away from the truth. So I just feel, just like Ndi Igbo ya say, ekpe, the social media would ekpe. So the social media is going to be the control to make us know when we are going left instead of right. So because Abia, for instance, we've suffered for 24 years, and we happen to be on a fresh path. And the path we facing now is one which will come with the truth to every meaning Abian. And definitely we welcome constructive criticism from Abians and those out. Because when we won our elections, not just Abians were happy, the whole country was happy. So when I saw the name, King Herod, I smiled and said, well, it's one of those things. I just feel it's those who hasn't been able to suck their wounds are trying to, you know, bring me down or make me to reduce the steam. Because we're trying to take those hooligans off the streets that are busy disturbing the peace of Abians. So it won't reduce the steam either. We are going hard on them. And when we take them off the street, we are still looking for measures to create jobs for them, because you can't just take them off the streets without creating jobs. So the goodwill message from my principal, Dr. Alex Oti, is to say a very huge thank you to you, Bishop, for the job. Please don't get tired. We, the government of Abia State, will try as much as possible to work with the radio and the TV stations to see how we can you know, present good things that are happening, and the people won't be able to know about it. It's just through the radio and the TV station, especially the radio, because you see the older ones, they are always glued to their radios. So I will really say a huge thank you, because you are really impacting in our younger ones. There are some people who don't even have that good communication skills, though they are well lettered, but to speak, to earn their keep, it's not there. But this very institution will be able to brush them up and make them to have that public speech, you know, that boldness to, you know, to earn their keep when it comes to communicating positively in the public. So I will say a very big thank you to everyone, and I'm looking forward to coming here next year to celebrate yet the 11th anniversary of this very institution. Thank you very much. Sorry, I forgot. I hereby declare this very program opened.
gọziri obodo Chukwu ka abịa bụ obodo ahịa na ọrụ aka seti mbụ ekele anyị ga-arụsi ọrụ ike ịbụ ndị mbụ abịa gadị ugwu ebe bere ugobere igbe bụ ike Chukwu gọzie abịa.
Before you go, please take your seats. The last section of our program is our Q&A section. So I would ask that our presenters, if you presented today, you can just come on stage. I've collected a few questions and you can answer as you please. So Dr. Chuck, Dr. Ife, Maddie, Stan, any other presenter that presented, we have a few questions. You all can take turns answering and then we'll close out. Can we just give one last round of applause for our presenters? They did so well today. They did so well today. It's not easy to come up here and talk to people. So just a few questions to clarify or expand on things before we go home and resume tomorrow. The first question is specifically for Maddie. The fifth tip for better communication. The fifth tip for better communication is cultivating two-way communication. Please, Maddie Wilson, can you explain more on that, please?
That is a great question. Who was this, online or in person? In person. Awesome question wherever you are. When I spoke about two-way communication, there are a few ways you can accomplish this on social media specifically. You can use what's called a call to action, which is you can do it in a few different ways, but it's asking a question either at the beginning of your post or at the end of your post. And what that does is it drives engagement. It makes someone right off the bat or after reading a nice passage that you've written, think about responding to you in a really intentional way. So that would be my number one tip on how to drive that two-way communication. Also, I think if you see someone posting content that you are personally inspired by, if you message them about that specific post in a way that's really genuine and authentic to you, maybe tell them that you really appreciated it, that it resonated with you in some way, that's sparking a two-way conversation that is maybe a little bit more behind the scenes if you're uncomfortable talking in the comments publicly. So I hope that gives you some ideas there.
Thank you so much. That was a great clarification. The second question was actually directed towards Sharon Geiger. So Dr. Chuck, I'll just direct it towards you. I'm sure you can answer it. The person said, being yourself and embarrassing your uniqueness. Now, it's wrong to want to be like your role. The question is basically asking, is it wrong to want to be like a role model? It was talking a lot, Sharon Geiger talked a lot about being unique and being yourself, but is it wrong to look up to someone and want to be like them?
Is it wrong to be a role model? Not at all. In fact, I believe that we have a responsibility to be role models to the people we work with, to be role models to the children, role models to the teenagers, so that they know they get clues on how to respond within that culture, within that society. role modeling happens whether or not we try to do it. Because as we grow up, we look for examples. We want to fashion our lives in a very broad outline of that person. So is it wrong? No, because there are broad values that everyone can have, but yet still be unique to themselves. They never have to lose themselves, but they put a spin on the values which cannot be abrogated. Does that help?
Thank you. And the last question before we close out, Dr. Chuck, you will be the one to close us out for today's session. But this question will just start at Maddie and go all the way down. Can you all tell us your favorite piece or favorite way of communicating and why?
Oh, that's such a good question. I'm just going to go with my gut. I love writing notes and letters and cards to my loved ones. And I appreciate when I get written notes and cards back. I think in this day and age where everything is seemingly online and you're on your phones and you're texting and you're calling all the time and everything is always in touch, there's just something really special about writing your thoughts down. So that would be my favorite.
Well, I'm with Maddie. I like to write. I think I communicate better when I'm writing something. So I like to write letters, emails, and so forth. And I will write and rewrite until it sounds really good to me. And that's my weakness, but I enjoy the process.
I agree with Stan. I am a good writer, but I'm not a fast writer. And the problem is with that, I want it to be perfect. And the problem is that means that the volume of your communication is decreased by that. But so what do I like the most? I like this. I like this. I like to see people eye to eye. I believe that there's a saying that the light of the body is the eye. That you can tell a lot from a person from their eyes and the eye contact, can't you? You really, really can. And so I love that. And also as a professor, I like in front of a class to read each student's face, because it helps me to teach, because I know if they furrow their brow or go like, right, then you know they're not getting it. It's not sinking in. And so you can then adjust the way you teach. So face-to-face, by far, the second most is being on the radio station in your own show and opening up the microphone late at night.
Okay, my favorite mode of communication will be writing. And when I say writing, non-fiction writing, because of the poetic license that comes with non-fiction writing, you're able to say things on a normal you will never be able to say. You're able to assume any character possibly you've been admiring, but traits you don't have and everything like that. You are actually able to exhibit it because of poetic license. So for me, I'll say writing, and when I say writing, non-fiction writing. Thank you.
I know I said that was the last question, but someone just whispered a very, very good question in my ear, and it's directed towards Maddie. They want to know your opinion on what are the threats and benefits of artificial intelligence in regards to social media communication. And after that, we will wrap it up.
Oh, someone's putting me on the spot. This is good because as a business owner in the digital content creation space, it is very much a hot topic right now. So I've been experimenting with it myself to understand, because I think the first step when you're going to criticize something is to learn it yourself. Learn as much as you can. You can't trust what you read about something that's new and scary because everyone is intimidated, right? So I would say my opinion right now is twofold. One, I think the opportunities are incredible. This has been a long time coming. There are bits of artificial intelligence that have been a part of our lives for a very long time now. It's just being released to the public use. So it's amazing, but it's also, like we've talked today and like we had a nice debate about right here at the end, it's very important to understand the risks. And I think there are a lot of risks as well. And we will just have to be disciplined enough as humans to learn and use it responsibly if we can. So, okay. Handing it over to Chuck to close out.
Did you enjoy today? Oh, I don't know. Did you really enjoy today? All right. Well, I'll tell you what, so did we. We are communicators, all of us here. We are in the area of communication, right? And so if you're a communicator, you like to talk, right? Am I right? Oh, yeah. And so this is the end. However, tomorrow morning, what time do we start tomorrow morning? 11. We start 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. What time? Wait a minute, did I say 11? Did I really say 11? Oh, so it's, what time? 11 o'clock. And so we're going to start right about there, and we're going to have quite a bit coming up. We're going to get into some deep subjects, and we're going to be ready for your feedback. And so we're going to have fun. Amen? Amen? God bless you. Please be very careful going home. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Okay, God bless. Bye-bye now.
Fire, baby.
It's amazing how you knock me off my feet. Every time you come around me, I get weak. Oh, yeah.
Turn the volume up, ladies and gentlemen, party people. This is a world premiere. A world